on River State political crisis meets with Governor Fubara and Wike. And on the foreign scene, France detains Russian billionaire suspected of violating EU sanctions and tax fraud. Details shortly. And now the details of the news. The River State government has dismissed reports that it has sacked some media aides and local government council chairmen. The State Commissioner for Information and Communication, Joe Johnson, in a statement clarified that the governor has not given such a directive. The commissioner further appealed to Rivers people and the general public to ignore the reports. Johnson assured that the public will be properly informed of persons who may be dismissed at the appropriate time. He reiterated the governor's will to work according to the laid-down rules with the fear of God. Meanwhile, the governor of River State, Siminalayi Fubara, has been advised to sack all the state commissioners that were recommended by the immediate past governor of the state, now Minister of Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike. A stakeholder from Ikure extraction, particularly Obiakpo area, Chief Lord Wosu, in an interview with Today FM, in reaction to the recent incident in the state, also wants Governor Fubara to relieve some local government council chairmen who are involved in the plot to impeach him. Chief Wosu, who is the President General of Rivers Progressive Agenda, criticized those who had masterminded the burning of the assembly complex, but expressed pleasure that the Speaker of the House, Martin Tamewile, who presided over the impeachment process, has been removed as Speaker and Edison Ehie elected as new Speaker. He expressed optimism that the new development will strengthen the Assembly and the development of the state.
That the people have brought a new speaker, an active one in that matter, in person of Right Honorable Edison Ehie. We, in the Rivers Progressive Agenda, will continue to give him the support so that the support will be given to the state government, and where the state government will do the right thing and continue to function effectively. My advice to the governor is that the governor should sack, not only sacking chief of staff and CS, he should sack the commissioners who are offended, who are so-called stewards of the former governor.
Earlier, in a reaction, a Niger Delta-based entertainer, High Chief Moma Gift AK, who is popularly called Moma G, while questioning the rationale behind the impeachment process of the governor, called on stakeholders and well-meaning Nigerians to rise up to prevent what she said may cause breach of peace in the state.
What happened on the 30th of October 2023 at the River State House of Assembly is a shame on the Nigerian nascent democracy, where a kangaroo suspension and removal of the majority house leader, Right Honorable Edison Ehie, and a purported impeachment notice of His Excellency, the Executive Governor of River State, is highly condemnable. It is embarrassing and unhearable that barely 5 months in office, this kind of political gang-up is happening against a calm and peace-loving governor like Sim Fubara. What did our governor do? What did he do to deserve this maltreatment of impeachment, as well as Edison Ehie and 4 others?
The Rivers youths have sustained their solidarity march against the plot for the impeachment process of Governor Siminalayi Fubara and leader of the River State House of Assembly, Edison Ehie. Today FM's Uchendu Ojo reports that this time, coalition of youth groups under the aegis of National Youth Council of Nigeria built a tent by the major entrance of the government house with their drums chanting solidarity songs. The state chairman of the National Youth Council of Nigeria, Chijoke Ihuo, who addressed newsmen, maintained that they are in support of the fight against the impeachment of the governor and political godfatherism. Ihuo maintained that the youths of River State voted for Governor Siminalayi Fubara and warned that neither one man nor group of few individuals can remove the governor. The state NYCN leader also used the opportunity to confirm an attack on him after his comment yesterday during the solidarity march by the youth, saying that he cannot be killed for standing by the truth, but warned those plotting his assassination to desist.
It's quite unfortunate that the River State Police Command has taken side, especially the DC operation. So we want to call on the Inspector General of Police, immediately after the matter of urgency, to deploy the DC operation back to Katsina State, where there's insecurity. River State is for a governor who went to inspect the assembly complex that was burned down, and he and his men attacked him. We condemn that, and what was saying, I was giving the police 24 hours to apologize to our governor. For those who want to kill me, my brother, they can't kill me because we want the truth, and we will not be intimidated. Their time is off. What we want is the new River State, and we're supposed to say.
Also speaking, the NYCN chairman of all the local government chairmen, Ransom Yala, said those that made statements against Ihoa should be held accountable for the attack on him last night.
So I see no reason where anybody or group of persons who want to make that statement against Chijioke Ihoa. The fight is not about Chijioke Ihoa. Chijioke Ihoa is just the youth leader. He is a servant leader of Rivers Versus, and what he represents is what we stand for. Of course, that is a very negative move, but I'm so proud of that young man. For him to have stood tall, to stand for truth, for justice, and for democracy.
On his part, a youth leader in Orashi region of Rivers State, Soprochukwu Ambrose, also insisted that it is too early to threaten Governor Fubara with impeachment notice.
Those pushing for the removal of the governor, it's improper. It's just too early. It's too early. It's improper. He is our beloved governor, our noble governor, a gentleman of for that matter. The first time Rivers State is producing a gentleman of such character. So we should support him. Because of this reason, we will stand by him. We will support him any day, anytime. We want to assure the governor today that whatever happens in the state, he should be rest assured that the youths are with him. The Oba youths are with him. The Ibu Federation youths are with him, and we will stand by him.
Meanwhile, reports says 3 Rivers State youths who were participating in the Solidarity March against the plot to impeach Governor Siminalayi Fubara have been shot by operatives attached to Old Government Residential Area GRA Police Station. Over 30 youths have also been reportedly arrested and detained at the station for alleged attempt to break into the home of the embattled Speaker of the Rivers State House of Assembly, Martin Zambehule, at the OGRA. Today FM's Uchendu Ejowo, who is following up the activities at the front of the government house, reports that some of the youths who were chanting solidarity songs took their rally to the streets of OGRA. A police officer told Today FM that the youths marched to the residence of Amawile before security personnel deployed in the area opened fire in an attempt to stop the youths. A report about the death of one of the victims is yet unconfirmed, while 2 others are said to have sustained serious bullet wounds. The chief protocol officer to the chairman of National Youth Council of Nigeria, Ikechukwu Wodu, who sent a Save Our Soul voice note from the custody of the police to Today FM, called on the Inspector General of Police and civil society organizations to come to their aid over the alleged intimidation from the hands of police in Rivers State.
We are doing peaceful protests in Government House to stop the removal of Governor Fubara. Before you know, police took over on us, arrest us. Over 150 youth were arrested in front of Government House. Right away, we are in jail. Police. We are calling on civil society organization. We are calling on Inspector General of Police. We are calling on President Mola Ahmed Bola Tinubu to come to the aid of Rivers State youth. The intimidation is too much from Nigeria police. They have shot about 3 people. He's dead.
Reacting to the incident, the Rivers State Police Command, through the Public Relations Officer Grace Iwinge-Koko, said the youth group tried to attack the embattled speaker and pulled his gate at his residence. In the meantime, President Bola Tinubu has intervened in the political situation in Rivers State. The president met with the Rivers State Governor, Siminalayi Fubara, and his predecessor, Nyesom Wike, at the Aso Villa in Abuja today. This was disclosed by Governor Bala Mohammed of Bauchi State after the Nigeria Police Council meeting held at the villa today. According to him, the president intervened in the political and security situation unfolding in Rivers State. The meeting of the president with the 2 politicians, who are members of the People's Democratic Party, followed the impeachment proceedings launched against Fubara by the Rivers State House of Assembly yesterday. Meanwhile, the National Working Committee of the People's Democratic Party has called for peace in the ongoing political crisis rocking Rivers State. This was contained in a statement through its National Publicity Secretary, Debo Ologunagba. The NWC therefore charged all leaders, critical stakeholders and members of the party in Rivers State to close ranks, unite and focus on the task of governance and delivery of dividends of democracy to the people. And this is the world news on Today95.1 FM Port Hackett. After the break, more news, sports and foreign stories. Stay tuned.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Welcome back. You're still listening to the World News on your premium talk radio, Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. A Niger Delta elder statesman, Anab Saraigbe, has condemned the attempted impeachment of Governor Siminalayi Fubara by the Rivers State House of Assembly. Some House of Assembly members, including the now impeached Speaker of the House, Martin Zamewili, had attempted to impeach Governor Fubara, citing misconduct and abuse of power, which was opposed by the governor's supporters. Saraigbe accused the immediate past governor of Rivers State, Nyesom Wike, of being the mastermind behind the attempted impeachment of the governor. The former state security advisor to former governor of Rivers State, Peter Odili, also accused Wike of determining appointees into the cabinet of Governor Fubara and dictating the governor's expenditures of the internally generated revenue of the state, as well as the federation account.
I strongly condemn what happens in the river. It goes to show that somebody somewhere wants to show power. A situation where somebody will say, unless you give me XYZ, you will not run. That you don't have any power to appoint anybody except to appoint for you. And you will be telling the governor what to collect from the internal generated revenue as well as the federation account. There's a limit to it. River State belongs to all of us. It does not belong to one man. You have looted enough. There were outcry, yet you are not satisfied. You want to control Abuja, you want to control Rivers. There's a limit to it. And the governor is still loyal, is still willing to serve you. But you don't want to give me a British space. He has gone beyond his boundary. And so the Rivers people should get up. Rivers people voted for Same as governor of Rivers State. They did not vote for Wike as governor of Rivers State. Wike was brought by Jonathan and his wife. They made him governor. They did not dictate to him. He was not paying them. They were not asking to bring all the money for them.
Saraigbe called for an investigation to be launched to disclose the persons behind the explosion that rocked the assembly complex on Sunday night. Saraigbe further advised Governor Fubara to take over the government of Rivers State and be mindful of whom he trusts. He reiterated to Wike that Rivers State does not belong to him and he therefore cannot control Abuja and Rivers State. Similarly, a former Chief of Army Staff, retired Lieutenant General Kenneth Minima, has called on Rivers people to join forces with Governor Siminalayi Fubara to ensure good governance in the state. In a statement, the retired general reiterated the need for instituting new order. Minima, who is the Rivers State chairman of the Pan-Niger Delta Forum, called on security agencies to stand up to their responsibility of protecting lives and property. He also condemned the attempted impeachment of Governor Fubara by the State House of Assembly and the subsequent crisis that has rocked the political space in the state. The Rivers State governorship candidate of the Accord in the just concluded elections, Chief Dumolulu Briggs, has called on the leadership of the Rivers State House of Assembly to prioritize the interests of the state and the constituents during these very trying times. The Accord governorship candidate expressed displeasure over the rift within the corridors of power in the state, noting that it is extremely disheartening the damage done to the legislative chambers of the Rivers State House of Assembly. Chief Lulu Briggs said the political instability at a time when the people are going through a difficult economic situation will only worsen their situation, saying that what Rivers people need at the moment are interventions that will bring succor to their daily lives. He warned that all parties in the crisis should be guided by the pursuit of the common good, insisting that the legislative chambers should be a place to ensure justice is pursued and constitutional principles are adhered to. And on the foreign scene, a Russian billionaire has been detained in France, suspected of violating EU sanctions and tax fraud. In one of the first actions of its kind in France since the Ukraine war began, Alexei Kuzmichev was detained in Saint-Tropez on the French Riviera. Police raided properties in both Saint-Tropez and Paris, which are linked to the tycoon, an ally of President Vladimir Putin. Lawyers for Kuzmichev were not immediately available for comment. French financial prosecutors say he was detained in connection with alleged money laundering, tax evasion, and violating international sanctions. Elsewhere, French counter-terrorism police have shot an unarmed woman reportedly threatening passers-by in Paris. A police source told the BBC that they intervened at the Bibliothèque François Mitterrand train station. The woman, who was wearing a full veil, reportedly threatened to blow herself up. The source said when she refused to comply with police orders, they opened fire 8 times. And in sports, Real Madrid forward Vinicius Jr. has extended his contract until 2027. The Brazil international has scored 63 goals in 235 games and won 9 trophies with Real, including the 2022 Champions League. Vinicius, whose contract was set to expire next year, joined for £38 million as an 18-year-old from Flamengo in 2018. Vinicius was 6th in the voting for the men's Ballon d'Or, won by Argentina forward Lionel Messi, and was awarded the Socrates Award for his work off the pitch. An entertainment Afro Nation has announced the cancellation of the Afrobeats Festival scheduled to be held in Lagos at the Tafawa Balewa Square. Afro Nation, an annual 3-day music festival produced by Live Nation, Event Horizon, Smade Entertainment and Memories of Tomorrow, was set to hold its first edition in Nigeria on December 19 to 20 in Lagos. However, in a statement by the organizers through their X account, they expressed disappointment that the planned show had been cancelled. To end the news, here's a summary of the major stories. The River State government has dismissed reports about the sack of Governor Sim Fubara's cabinet members. The state chairman of the National Youth Council of Nigeria, Chijoke Hunwa, has alleged an assassination attempt on his life over his support for Governor Sim Fubara. You heard that President Bola Tinubu has intervened in the River State political crisis and is meeting with Governor Sim Fubara and Nyesom Wike. And on the foreign scene, we told you that France has detained Russian billionaire suspected of violating EU sanctions and tax fraud. That was the news. Is edited by Ifunaya Obemendukwe. For comments and inquiries, please call 0818-389-2850 or send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can also read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com. I am Faustina Oputu. Good evening. Many thanks for listening.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
What's a successful business without sales? And what is sales without an audience? Well, do you know that you can reach 8 million listeners across 6 states in 2 geopolitical zones all at once? How? With Today 95.1 FM, you can get millions of people to know about your business. And what does that mean to you? More sales. Call 081-389-2850 now for more information.
Every day on Today 95.1 FM, there's always an opportunity to comment and air your views on our various programs. It's not just about us. It's about you, your opinion, and your voice.
President, don't you think that it's time to step down, sir?
Be part of the story, the gist, reactions, intrigues, and the news.
President Neil Patrick Harris has called for greater regulation.
Give us a feedback or join the conversation. On Twitter at TodayFM951. Our Facebook address is Today95.1 FM, or join us on the number 0701-933-9962. That's our WhatsApp application. Be informed, be educated, and have fun. We are Today 95.1 FM, voice of the people.
good and wonderful evening to you all lovely listeners, and welcome to another edition of Soccer Nation, the best 15 minutes of football you get anywhere on radio. And I'm Henry Ogugo here to give you and dish out the latest and trending footballing stories for your listening pleasure. Now we have the Ballon d'Or, which went down yesterday with Lionel Messi claiming his 8th title, and also Enyimba Football Club of Aba is also on the menu. And we also have Victor Osimhen, who finished 8th in the Ballon d'Or last night. So let's get this show on the road. And now we start with Enyimba Football Club, where head coach Finidi George has broken his silence following the crisis that enveloped the team after their 4-0 aggregate loss to Wydad AC in the African Football League. Now, reigning MPFL champions were defeated by 1-0 at home and lost by 3-0 in Casablanca to the Moroccan side, exiting the prestigious competition. Now, following this disappointing performance, the club management, led by Nwankwo Kanu, issued a stern warning to the coaching staff, including Super Eagles legend Finidi, urging him to rectify the situation promptly or face severe consequences. Now, in an exclusive interview with selected journalist, Finidi has shed light on the internal issues that played a role in Enyimba's downfall in the AFL, as he said, and I quote, "At the level of the AFL, you must have a strong squad to stand any chance. We lost our top scorer and our highest assist provider. We also lost so many top players whose experience would have been needed in the AFL, but nothing was done to replace them. Ideally, before registering players for any competition, the coaches must be consulted to submit the list, but that wasn't the case here. For whatever flimsy reason, we were not consulted and they did the registration themselves. As a result, some of the players we would have needed were not registered. We arrived in Uyo with the idea to have as many training sessions as possible on the grass pitch, since we are more used to our synthetic pitch, but we couldn't really achieve that because the management failed to make the right arrangements with the stadium authorities. It was obvious that we were at the disadvantage as a team that's used to artificial pitches." Now, Super Eagles striker Victor Osimhen has been showered with congratulations from his teammates and fellow players and fans following his remarkable top 10 finish in the Ballon d'Or rankings. Now, the 24-year-old delivered an exceptional individual and club performance last season, netting 26 goals in the league, which propelled Napoli to their first Serie A title in over 3 decades. Now, Osimhen, forming a potent partnership with Kivishka Kvaratskhelia in attack, guided Napoli to the quarterfinals of the UEFA Champions League. Unfortunately, an injury to Osimhen forced the Gelarossi out of the tournament. Now, his impressive display earned him nominations for the Ballon d'Or and FIFA the Best Award, where Osimhen secured an 8th place finish in the France Football Ballon d'Or rankings, making him the first Nigerian to feature among the top 10 footballers in the world. Now, messages of congratulations poured in from fans, clubs, and his teammates worldwide, lauding the Super Eagles star for his remarkable achievements. Now, Super Eagles striker Taiwo Awoniyi took to his Instagram story to celebrate Osimhen, and Gengs Toluwa Lase or Aroko Dare echoed the same sentiments, labeling Osimhen as the greatest he has ever seen. Now, Resta Belgrade's Peter Olayinka and Rangers centre-back Leon Balogun extended their congratulations, while Wilfred Ndidi of Leicester City expressed his pride in Osimhen for his accomplishments. Now we talk about Super Eagles midfielder Alex Iwobi, as he is determined to reciprocate the trust and confidence placed in him by Fulham manager Marco Silva. Now, the Portuguese manager successfully brought Iwobi from Arsenal to Everton in 2019 and then fully convinced him to make the move to Fulham, as his contract with the Toffees was set to expire. Now, Iwobi did acknowledge Silva's significant role in his transfer to both Everton and Fulham, as he expressed his desire to repay his well-respected coach with outstanding performances, as he said, and I quote, "He's the one that actually got me to Everton. I did speak with him and he has a lot of faith in me. For a player to have that trust and confidence from the manager allows you to go and express yourself and play with freedom. I just need to repay the faith. I have to give credit to Fulham. They were very welcoming with me and I'm enjoying my time here. We just need to climb up the table and get results like we did today." Since joining Fulham, Iwobi has made 6 appearances in the domestic league and 1 in the AFL Cup, contributing an assist. And now it's time to talk about the Ballon d'Or, where Argentine forward Lionel Messi won the prestigious award for a record extending 8th time, while Spanish midfielder Aitana Bonmanti claimed the Women's Ballon d'Or award. Now, Messi, now at Inter Miami, led his country to Walk of Glory last year as he lifted the trophy for the first time and won the Golden Ball award for the best player of the tournament in Qatar. Now, 36-year-old reclaimed the Ballon d'Or from Francis Karim Benzema to add to his wins in 2009, 2010, 2011, 2012, 2015, 2019, and 2021. Now, the former Barcelona forward's victory increases his lead over five-time winner Cristiano Ronaldo, as the 38-year-old Portugal international currently plays in Saudi side Al Nassr and was not shortlisted for the first time since 2003. Now, Messi left European football at the end of last season as he moved from Paris Saint-Germain, where he won the Ligue 1 title in both seasons, to join MLS side Inter Miami. Now, in the female side of things, Spain and Barcelona midfielder Aitana Bonmanti won the Women's Ballon d'Or for the first time. Now, 25-year-old enjoyed a hugely successful year as she helped her club triumph in the Spanish Top Flight and Champions League and her country in the World Cup this summer. Now, she was also crowned UEFA's Player of the Year in August, while England's goalkeeper Mary Earps achieved the 5th place finish, while teammate Rachel Daly was 10th. Now, fellow Lionesses Millie Bright and Georgia Stanway were also among the nominees. Now, Sam Kerr of Chelsea and Australia finished second, while Barcelona and Spain teenager Salma Paralluelo was third, and Fridolina Rolfo of Barcelona and Sweden finished fourth. Now, England and Real Madrid midfielder Jude Bellingham has won the 2023 Copa Trophy given to the best young player under the age of 21 after a stunning start to life at Real Madrid. Now, Bellingham scored twice in Saturday's 2-1 El Clasico win at Barcelona, which included an incredible equalizer and a stoppage time winner to give him a game record in his first 13 matches. Now, the 20-year-old finished 18th for the Ballon d'Or award before becoming the first English player to win the Copa Trophy since its inception in 2018. Now, the Copa Trophy is, however, awarded for his form last season when Bellingham helped Borussia Dortmund to finish second in the Bundesliga and start for England at the World Cup in Qatar. Now, Bellingham moved to Real Madrid from Borussia Dortmund in June after the Spanish Giants paid an initial £88.5 million, with the transfer fee potentially rising to £150 million, a record deal for a British player. And now we head over to England to talk about Liverpool forward Luis Diaz, as Colombian police are searching a mountain range in the north of the country for the kidnapped father of the Liverpool forward. Now, Luis Manuel Diaz and his wife were at a petrol station in the small town of Barrancas on Saturday when they were abducted by armed men on motorcycles. Now, the forward's mother, Silenis Marulanda, was rescued within hours by police after they set up roadblocks around the town near Colombia's border with Venezuela. However, his father still remains missing. Now, air and land patrols, as well as members of the country's special forces, have been searching a mountain range that straddles both countries and is covered by cloud forest. Now, police have also offered a $48,000 reward for information leading to the rescue of Diaz's father. Now, officials say that they did not rule out the possibility that he could have been smuggled into Venezuela, where he would be beyond the reach of the Colombian police. Now, Vinicius Jr. has signed a new Real Madrid contract until 2027. Now, the Brazilian winger, who has been at Real Madrid for 5 years, is one of the top talents in Spanish football, having scored 45 goals in all competitions across the last 2 seasons. Now, the Brazilian international, who is 23 years of age, has scored 63 goals in 235 games and won 9 trophies with Real Madrid, including the 2022 Champions League. Now, Vinicius, whose contract was set to expire next year, joined for a £38 million fee as an 18-year-old from Flamengo in 2018. On Monday, he did finish 6th in the voting for the men's Ballon d'Or, won by Argentine forward Lionel Messi, and was awarded the Socrates Award for his work off the pitch. Now, during his time at Real Madrid, he has won 2 La Liga titles, 2 Spanish Super Cups, 2 Club World Cups, and Copa del Rey and the European Super Cup. And now let's talk about the FIFA World Cup hosting rights. As Saudi Arabia is set to host the men's 2034 World Cup after FIFA confirmed it was the only bidder for the tournament. Now, Australia decided against bidding to stage the tournament hours before FIFA's deadline for declarations of interest on Tuesday. Now, Morocco, Portugal, and Spain are the only bidders for the 2030 edition, with games also played in Argentina, Paraguay, and Uruguay. Now, a FIFA Congress will confirm the host in late 2024. Now, the 2026 World Cup will take place in USA, Mexico, and Canada also. Now, Australia's governing body, Football Australia, says it intends to focus its efforts on hosting the Women's Asian Cup in 2026 and the Club World Cup in 2029. Now, football's world governing body, FIFA, has said that the 2034 World Cup would be held in Asia, Oceania, and an Australian bid was regarded as the only potential challenger to Saudi Arabia, which announced its intention to bid shortly after FIFA's decision. And that's the size of the package, guys. It's been fun and exciting hanging out with you. Join us same time, same station tomorrow for more trending football stories. I am Harry Ogugo, and this was Soccer Nation. On that note, I say stay safe, stay blessed, and have a wonderful evening. Bye-bye.
95.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
Radio has never been this good. Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Wake up to today's quest.
Welcome to take you through the ever-exciting world of sports.
Today's question, Today 95.1 FM, the newspaper review segment.
You should pay them. Why not pay them so that the legislature can function effectively?
The law governing those people allows them to create a multi-door. I won't use your vehicle. Just know that they are giving to us to assembly 600 million. I'm not coming there because I want to chop that peg. No.
Let's engage on today's hustle.
Welcome to Talk That Talk on Today.
No, there's nothing to sugarcoat. If you go to the street, that's where you can get the true report. It's not on newspaper or wherever.
Because I see no reason why people have been suffering like this. And they are breathing,
And then welcome to today's Sport Live.
There are people that are scared of the dark.
Nigerian League champions can overturn.
They've considered 5 goals away from home, and at their home ground they've not been able to score. So he talked about not.
Welcome to the platform on radio.
Okay, America is the standard, right?
It is happening in America.
Hold on, America is. Hold on now. America is the standard.
Yes, okay. Now they are the fathers of democracy now. Who brought them?
No, they are not the fathers of waiting. They happen. You give them that in the way you talk to. Will they give anybody when they do well? Nah, this is a monkey man. This monkey man.
And just when you think we are done, come on with us. Let's interact on today's Connect.
Just calm down, okay? Everything is gonna be all right if you believe. With Hargett, welcome, entertainment recap right here.
But this is Area Talk on Today 95.1 FM, your eyewitness report show.
Last week, you hear anything like that? This woman don't make arrest with me. I carry my eyes, see them there.
Where the Senate is set to amend the Electoral Act.
I don't know why we are taking this serious. Is there any law that they have passed in this country?
It is Larry Doby. Today 95.1 FM. We are your perfect companion from dawn to dusk. Every day. Every day.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM. All the information you need to start your day. Your number one talk radio station. 95.1 FM.
Call us now on 0815 5951 951 or 0817 0000 951 and 0810 9510 951.
Tell me what you want. I can be your friend. I can be your muse. Call my name and I'll be there. Do you know me? Do you know me? I am Dave Roberts, your favorite guy on radio.
Who can love you better? To the stars.
you can.
Cause you're Peter Pan, you're no landing never. Have you ever felt this? Love so
Live from the Garden City of Port Harcourt, Nigeria. This is Today 95.1 FM.
What do you love listening to? What's your style? What's your choice? What do you yearn for? So we've got great talk, amazing conversations, entertainment, sports, and lifestyle. So tune in to Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt, because we are the voice of the people. The voice of the people.
95.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
Okay, ready? Are we rolling? Right, we're rolling. Live from the Garden City of Port Harcourt.
Yeah, what I do with my life. If you know like I'm quick Fatima. Yeah, what I do with my money. If I go broke, I go contain them. Okay, thanks for your concern. I can manage it. So no worry about me, worry about your airline. Damn, underrated, but I'm still cashing out. You go shock, you say I get money past your faith. Oh, my G, Shuluwo to le spend on your own. My G, on my day on. My G, Shuluwo to le spend on your own. My G, on my day on. Okay, if you rubbish my talent, no be you I sing for, no be your apartment. I can guess say you stay with your mommy and daddy at 35, was right. Okay, if I know in Grammy, I go still in Grammy. Repete to my poor vitamin C, I do that me see, all for me. Oh, my G, Shuluwo to le spend on your own. My G, on my day on. My G, Shuluwo to le spend on your own. My G, on my day on. Okay, if you get 35 houses, now only one house you go stay at once. And when you die, then go sell all and use the money buy motor. Cash me 1 month. Okay, if I step on you, go the next level. Ayo fair, mago. Yellow. My G, Shuluwo to le spend on your own. My G, on my day on. My G, Shuluwo to le spend on your own. My G, on my day on. Okay, if you rubbish my talent, no be you I sing for, no be your apartment. I can guess say you stay with your mommy and daddy at 35, was right.
I don't know who Kiss Daniel was throwing stones at when he sang this song, right? But it felt like he was definitely shading someone. I really do not know, okay, about Grammys and being at your father's house at 35, which I think it's not really a problem. I think we've had this conversation one time where I was asking, was wrong to be at your father's house as a man when you're 35? I don't know if it's a problem. Some people said, no, it's not a problem. Some other people think, yeah, you should be out and focusing on your own personal life, all right? But that's what that Kiss Daniel playing right now, my G, right here on Today 95.1 FM.
1 month. Okay, if I step on you, go the next level. Ayo fair, mago.
All right, welcome. Entertainment recap right here. My name is Dave Roberts, your favorite guy on radio. Call me Big Dave, right here on Today 95.1 FM. I'm your radio muse. I'll be here for you up until 7 p.m. It's a Tuesday, yeah? Brain is a Tuesday. So someone's getting to win my prize on the show tonight, definitely. And then, yeah, we get to talk about a lot of things, all the interesting things that happen in the world of entertainment right here on Today 95.1 FM. How did your day go? How was your day? For me, it was boring, right? I didn't really have a productive day. Like one of those days where you plan and it doesn't work. But I'm sure things would get better, okay? So if you did have a wonderful day, congratulations to you. If you didn't have, like me, just keep your fingers crossed for better days, all right? So it's the last day of the month of October, right? Yeah, so congratulations to everyone who made it. And yes, congratulations. Happy birthday shout out to you if it's a birthday today also. Remember, today 95.1fm will be everly happy to celebrate with you on your special days, all right? So congratulations if it's that special day in your life. If you're celebrating something really special, we're super excited to celebrate with you, okay? So congratulations again. Time check, 6:42 p.m. I'll go on a short break, come back, and then get straight into the gist for today. And then, of course, we get to do some things on the show, all right? So you don't want to miss it for anything. Still today, 95.1fm. I'll be right back.
Okay, ready? We're rolling? All right, we're rolling. Live from the Garden City of Port Harcourt, Nigeria, this is Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. Voice of the people. Here at Today 95.1, we keep the conversations rolling. Keep it going. We keep it flowing. We keep it.
Guy, don't do that.
Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. Voice of the people. Live from the Garden City of Port Harcourt, Nigeria.
Welcome back. It's still entertainment recap right here on Today 95.1 FM. A beautiful Tuesday evening. Like I said, the last day in the month of October 2023. So from tomorrow, it's going to be Happy New Month to everyone, okay? But I don't know, salary earners, how are you guys doing? Have you guys made your money yet? If you haven't, then something is definitely wrong. But if you have made your money, it's time to throw a baby. It's time to it's time to break everywhere, you know? I mean, waiting for 30 days to make money and then you finally have it, man, go out there, have fun, enjoy yourself, but make sure you don't drink and drive, right? Make sure you don't do things that you're not meant to do, all right? So I'll tell you about some things that have been happening and then we'll get into playing games and winning on the show, okay? So you know this thing that happens with Nigerians when someone starts something, like a lot of people just want to do the same thing over and over and over and over again. So remember coffee, right? Remember Kathy the dancer, right? Now, it was like the first time a celebrity did that particular act and it got her into the spotlight. But most Nigerians already were having, you know, the names in the Guinness Book of World Records as holders of different things. So Kathy was the first lady to dance and get her name into that. Did she do how many days? For 3 days or 1 week? I've really forgotten how long she took to dance and get her name into the Guinness Book of World Records. You know? Yeah, but this time another person wants to break that particular record, okay? We've been having too much drama this time. Lately, Nigerians have been gunning for Guinness Book of... It's like Guinness Book of World Records just discovered that Nigeria existed, okay? We just want to get our names in for the longest painting marathon, which stands at 60 hours and has so far reached 70 hours. And the video posted on the artist page, Kathy dialed into the video, calling the particular lady Lola, encouraging her to stay strong and focus on her goal. And not only did she encourage her, she also gave her a solid advice to ensure that her victory is solidified at the very end. So I'm thinking maybe I might just get into that competition, something, maybe the longest talking person on air, do it for like 7 years. So no one gets to break that. No one gets to break that at all. Like it's unbreakable. Okay, so think about what you can do. It's not too late before the end of the year. You might just come up with something and then get to be part of that. Not so good news if you are a fan of Afrobeat. Okay, so Afro Nation was supposed to be in Nigeria. Okay, it was scheduled to hold in December this year. But for some reasons, when I saw the apology letter, I felt like a lot of hearts would be broken. So it's not going to be holding anymore. It's been holding in Portugal, Ghana, Miami, a lot of other places. This time, it was set to be happening in Lagos, and for some reason, it didn't hold. And Burna Boy was supposed to headline A lot of people. Flavor, okay, was supposed to be there. Black Sheriff was supposed to perform also. Rema, who performed for the Ballon d'Or yesterday. I mean, I felt so good, seeing that happen. And I don't know why I felt like he was intimidated by the kind of people he saw there. I really felt like it wasn't the Rema. He wasn't jumping. He wasn't doing the moves he would usually do. He was just cool, shaking Mbappe. Yeah, that was a good move, okay? But he didn't go across the last side to go and shake Messi. That was where the problem happened, okay? Who is Messi that you cannot shake? Rema, respect yourself. Next time you're there, make sure you shake the GOAT. Okay, not the one you guys eat. It's called greatest of all time. I know Gen Z has done a lot to, names and words. Someone was like, why would you call someone the GOAT? It's like, okay, no, it's not the GOAT, so it's not that one. Some elders are not saying that as insult. If you call me the GOAT, do you know who I am? No, it's not the GOAT. It's like the greatest of all time. It's an acronym, okay? So yes, it was great yesterday to see Rema, calling the Prince of Afrobeat, perform for the Ballon d'Or. It was just amazing, okay? A lot of people were saying, a lot of people were throwing shades at Burna Boy and Wizkid, saying they sang a song called Ballon d'Or, but Rema was the first to perform at the Ballon d'Or. I'm like, okay, who sings, who performs? They're all big winners, okay? So congratulations to Rema. But like I said, Afro Nation would not be holding anymore in Nigeria. Maybe because we don't have electricity or something. I don't know. I'm just feeling like they're scared. It's not going to be that they're performing and then the gen goes off. Okay, I'll go on a short break. Come back and then let's see how we can play some games and win on the show tonight. Are you ready? Brain Teaser Tuesday. Let's go. What do you love listening to? What's your style? What's your choice? What do you yearn for? So we've got great talk, amazing conversations, entertainment, sports, and lifestyle. So tune in to Today95.1 FM. We're talking because we are the voice of the people. The voice of the people.
Live from the Garden City of Port Harcourt, Nigeria. This is Today 95.1 FM.
What do you love listening to? What's your style? What's your choice? What do you yearn for? So we've got great talk, amazing conversations, entertainment, sports, and lifestyle. So tune in to Today95.1 FM. We're talking because we are the voice of the people. The voice of the people. Okay, welcome back. It's still Today 95.1 FM. Time check 6:51. What's happening to you right now? I hope you're having a great time listening. Okay, so usually on Tuesdays we get to play games and win. So I'm in between doing that and not doing that tonight. Ronald is saying I should, but something is like, okay, can we make this bigger? Maybe next week, so I could give you something really tangible. All right, I'm just really, really thinking if this can work. If this can work tonight, or we should just do this in a bigger way. All in favor, say aye. Okay, so yes. you guys don't get to see the jury. Everyone in the studio right here says we should make it bigger and better next week, okay? So next week, we're definitely going to be having Brain Teaser Tuesday where I'll be giving out prizes on the show. Remember, we're getting into December. So from next week, it'll be a lot to share on the show, okay? So you want to stick around for that and make sure you make it a date with us from 6:30 p.m. to 7 p.m. where we're doing this together, all right? It's almost time for me to go, but don't forget, I'll be right back again by 9 p.m. on the show Opinion Poll, okay, which we are going to be having together. We're going to be talking about a lot of things in Nigeria, and specifically, we get to hear from you, how you think or feel about what we will be discussing about, okay? And then at the top of the hour, Eric will be up next with Faustino Putu, and then more interesting programs, all right? So just stick around right here on Today 95.1 FM. Meanwhile, you can follow me on socials on Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter. It's David Melford Robert. And then for the social media handle of Today FM, just go to any platform and type Today FM 951, especially on YouTube. Go there and search for us, Today FM 951 Live, and connect, okay? So you can be part of what's happening. All right, do enjoy the rest of your evening. This is one of the songs. The song was meant to play yesterday, but for some reason it didn't work, all right? The name of the artist is Tunde, and the name of the song is Dorima. Do enjoy the rest of your evening. I'll be right back by 9 p.m.
FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
Okay, all right. All you need to know about this one is that
95.1 FM. Such a unique style.
What do you love listening to? What's your style? What's your choice? What do you yearn for? So we've got great talk, amazing conversations, entertainment, sports, and lifestyle. So tune in to Today 95.1 FM. We're talking because we are the voice of the people. The voice of the people.
Wake up to today's quest.
Welcome to take you through the ever exciting world of sports. Today's quest on Today 95.1 FM, the newspaper review segment.
You should pay them. Why not pay them so that the legislature can function effectively?
The law governing those people allows them to create a multi-door. I won't use your vehicle. Just know that they are giving to us or assembly 600 million. I'm not coming there because I want to chop that peg. No.
Let's engage on today's hustle.
Welcome to Talk That Talk on Today. No, there's nothing to sugarcoat. If you go to the street, that's where you can get the true report. It's not on newspaper or wherever.
Because I see no reason why people have been suffering like this. And they are breathing, IGR, they are breathing.
And then you're welcome to today's Sport Live.
There are people that are scared of the dark.
Nigerian League champions can overturn.
They've considered 5 goals away from home, and at their home ground, they've not been able to score. So he talked about not.
Welcome to the platform on radio.
Okay, America is the standard, right?
It is happening in America.
Hold on, America is. Hold on now. America is the standard.
Yes,
Okay.
now they are the fathers of democracy now. Who brought them?
No, they are not the fathers
For waiting, they happen. You give them that in the way you talk to. Will they give anybody what they do well? Nah, this is a monkey man. This monkey man.
And just when you think we are done, come on with us. Let's interact on today's Connect.
Just calm down, okay? Everything is gonna be alright if you believe. With Harget, welcome entertainment recap right here.
But this is Area Talk on Today 95.1 FM, your eyewitness report show.
Last week, you hear anything like that? This woman don't make arrest with me. I carry my eyes, see them there.
Where the Senate is set to amend the Electoral Act.
I don't know why we are taking this serious. Is there any law that they have passed in this country?
It is Lammy Dovi. Today 95.1 FM. We are your perfect companion from dawn to dusk. Every day. Every day.
95.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
With the vibe, with the dance. Big tits, not my type for romance. Bad energy, better crime, better crime. Give me chance. Any gentleman that they like, and they like. Never inside, always somewhere. We not the that we are up there. If not the fault, then we don't care. We don't care. Never inside, always somewhere. We not the that we are up there. If not the fault, then we don't care. We don't care. Celebrate, jubilate. No debate, indicate I go pay. No mass for make it fast or be late. Now today we go shop it away. I say, life is too short. They leave the shop up. Every day we just do Dorime. Steady body like Oshime.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
What's a successful business without sales? And what is sales without an audience? Well, do you know that you can reach 8 million listeners across 6 states in 2 geopolitical zones all at once? How? With Today 95.1 FM, you can get millions of people to know about your business. And what does that mean to you? More sales. Call 081 389 2850 now for more information.
Every day, we hear reports about counterfeit products, stories of fake drugs, food, expired goods and other consumables being manufactured, imported and sold to unsuspecting members of the public. Findings reveal that Africa records at least 100,000 deaths from fake drugs-related ailments yearly. These fake and substandard products, particularly drugs, have been considered a global threat to human lives. And despite efforts by authorized agencies in Nigeria to combat the menace, the Nigerian market remains flooded with different unwholesome products. This is a plea to all those who manufacture and sell these goods to desist. Stop this menace of counterfeit products. Let's place value on human lives. And should you have purchased a counterfeit product or unsatisfied with the product, please contact SON or Consumer Protection Agency. This message is powered by Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Bunkering is a legal act of smuggling crude oil from pipelines and storage facilities, which poses significant dangers to Nigerian society. This activity has different consequences that affect various aspects of the nation's well-being, and it has consequences such as untimely death, environmental devastation. It fuels insecurity. It also damages our infrastructure, and it also damages our international prestige. You might say, how do we make a living if we stop this illegal activity? Well, as a young individual, you can channel your energy into positive endeavors that can help you generate income and create an adequate future for yourself. These are some ideas to help you generate income. You can go into starting a business. You can also acquire digital skills. or gain agricultural knowledge or engage in farming. You can also acquire art and creativity. You talk about technology and innovation. Then, skills and vocational training. Please note that success often requires dedication, consistency, and continuous learning. This message is brought to you by your premium talk radio, Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
95.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
It's past 7 p.m. A lovely Tuesday evening to you, and welcome to Tuesday's edition of Area Talk on Today 95.1 FM. It is the 31st day in the month of October. It means that tomorrow is going to be November. Ah, God. I don't mean to scare you, though. I don't mean to scare you, because once you hear November, the next thing is December. And you know, when December comes, it comes with a whole lot. And just by mere mention of December or November, I'm not going to say because there are exceptions. For some people, they begin to skip a heartbeat, like, whoo, okay, I can't breathe fine, my chest and all. For all those people who, I think they let society pressure them, like they let society push them to a corner, like they box you to a corner. Okay, this time of the year, you need to just be pressured. This time of the year, you need to just meet up. All the things that you've not been able to achieve the entire year, you just have a few months or just have a few weeks to the end of the year. So you need to do this, you need to do that. Please, don't listen to them. Don't listen. Don't. And if you're one of those who are just busy panting around and being anxious for nothing. Yes, I think you're just being anxious for nothing. And don't be. Even the Holy Book will tell you, be anxious for nothing. Don't be, all right? There's nothing about December. It's just the end of the year, okay? After December, it's going to be another day. Yes, it's January, but it's just another day where your life ought to continue. Another cycle. So it's another day, another cycle. It's not like, if you can't achieve this, you would not cross over to the next year. No, I think that's something you let society or some people put in your head, and then you begin to run with that. So at the end of the year or towards the end of the year, people begin to do all sorts, which I think it's totally, absolutely unnecessary. You begin to think about, for my gender, some of you begin to think about the hair you want to wear to your village to go and pepper them. Really? If I was your village, okay, no, let me not put it that way before it will sound like I'm your village people. If I was from your village and then you come with that hair, I no go send you. I could just say, you look fine. That's that. But I won't come and dash you money because you're carrying one hair like that. If it's a car, your car is fine. Well, it's fine. That's that. I'm not going to come and give you an award because you came with the best car. No, I won't. Bottom line is, some of these people, you think, you want to go and pepper them. They don't even care about you. What you carry, they don't even know the worth. So what's the essence? What's the point? The car, they just see it as a car. What's their business with the brand of the car? What's their business? Oh, this car costs this much. Okay, now plenty money be that too, but they don't know how plenty that money is, how much money that is worth. That's the thing. So if you're thinking, oh, all I'm going to do this period is just to meet up, do whatever it is I can to meet up so people can see that I'm not a failure, so people can see that I've arrived. Calm down. Just calm down, okay? Don't give yourself high BP. Don't just set yourself up for depression. Don't do that. Don't. You've heard a saying, but just in case you haven't, do your best and leave the rest for God, okay? So once you've done whatever it is you need to do, not whatever it is, the genuine hustle, the genuine struggle that you're into. Like you've been working, you've been going to work, trying to save money, and all of those. Just look at your bank account, look at your pocket, and do something within that. That's fine. You don't need extra stress. Someone told me living in Nigeria is stressful already, so you don't need any extra stress. Don't let people pressure you. Don't let them stress you. Don't let them push you to the wall. And then you would want to just break the wall and go back, or you want to bounce back. Don't do that. I don't know why I'm saying this, but okay, I think something in me just brought this up. And so I think someone somewhere needs this particular message. Yes, you need it. You listening to me, you need it. Absolutely need it. All right, so don't beat yourself about it. All right, take it one step at a time. Be involved in something legitimate. Hustle. Let it be legitimate hustle. Okay? Work. Okay, business. It has to be legitimate. Let it be something legit. All right? Forget about all things flashy. Yeah, when you get involved in a legitimate venture and then you're prudent with money, you can manage it with time. That thing you feel like, oh, I can't afford this at the moment, but I love it. I want it. Just give it time. You'd get it. I mean, by the time you are able to afford it, you even begin to see that, this thing I've been loving and I've been wanting, I've been longing to have, it's no longer fine. You have like new models. So you feel like, oh yes. So there is that about life. So just calm down. Calm down, all right? Whatever it is you're doing, calm down while at it. That being said, welcome to Area Talk on Today 95.1 FM, your eyewitness report show. And of course, you're listening to the voice of Faustina Oputu. I'll be here with you up until 8:45 when I will jump off and the Global Sports Update show will come on the air. And at the top of the hour 9, Dave will be back here for Opinion Poll. So it's loaded. It is loaded. Don't touch the dial. Just stay here with us. It's Today 95.1 FM, voice of the people. How have you been? There's a lot going on, but how have you been? What's going on in your area? Did you witness anything today that you want to share? I mean, it has to be of public importance. Not like you saw something and you want to warn the public about it, or you want to bring it to the attention of relevant authorities. Feel free to do so. And please have all the details. All right? And maybe you witnessed this scenario. Call in and let's talk about it. Have all the details. All right, so we don't misinform the public. I mean, that's the reason why you got to be the one who witnessed the event or the scenario. And then you calling, texting with all the details you have. Makes it easier for all your issues to be addressed or forwarded to the relevant authorities. Oh well, they're listening. So it will be easy for them to take note, take down all the details and get to work. That's our job right here on Area Talk. So what did you witness today? Was there any situation you want to talk about? That you witnessed that you want to talk about? Feel free to do that on the show. Okay? That's basically what we do here on the show. And then, of course, we get to talk about all of the basic social amenities that we're lacking, that you are lacking in that area you're living. In your community, in your clan, in your kingdom, in your local government area. What is that basic amenity that you're lacking? Let's talk about it. Are you going to tell us about dilapidated school structures in your community? Primary, secondary. I mean, we need to talk about all of those because it's very important. If you get it right, the primary, secondary education right, oh well. Is it when we get to the tertiary level that we'll begin to right all the wrongs? That's going to be difficult, if not impossible. It's a process. So the primary has to be working, secondary has to be working before you get to the tertiary level. So it's really important. So if you have dilapidated school structures in your community, let us know, okay? You can share pictures, videos, if you've got any, all right? And let us know about it. Not just schools. How about health centers? Health centers in your communities. If you need the attention of the government because, oh well, there's nothing to write home about the ones you have around your area, then let's talk about it. Power issues, oh my goodness. Power, very, very important. Like light is life. Very important. I mean, you could have people in a room, all looking gloomy, sad. Probably their phone batteries are low. Some are just 2%. And something about that. You'll begin to feel somehow. Because they want to stay connected to the rest of the world. They want to keep abreast with everything that is happening. And in that moment where you have these sets of people in a room, just supply power. And watch their faces light up. They're going to brighten up. That's how important power is. Go to a community where there is no power supply at all and supply them power. Give them just weeks. Go back to that community and see the difference. Life would return to that community. So it's important. Power is important. Power supply, electricity, very important. So if that's your problem in your community, feel free to share also. And then on the show, before I open up the phone lines to take your eyewitness report and the basic amenities you're lacking, we get to talk about an issue affecting us as a people. I mean, we're very generous. Sometimes we extend it to our neighboring states, depending on what's going on there. So we beam the satellite there, bring the issues, we talk about the issues, try to relate to what we have in the state or what should be or what is not in the state. So we talk about all of those. All right? That's what we do. But before then, we'll talk about an issue, right? Now, we're going to focus on what's on ground. Well, but not, really into the details of the entire politics. We did talk about an aspect of it yesterday, but today we're going to focus on the youth. Yes, when we have issues, usually when you have crisis, look deeply. There's going to be the part of the crisis that will bring out the youth. Yes. Either if there's got to be protest somewhere, you would see the youths coming to protest and all of those. So in this entire situation in the state, let's focus on them. Now, I'm just going to read you a few reports, and we take our focus from there. All right? Okay, so this report right here says Rivers State youths have sustained their solidarity march against the plot for the impeachment process of Governor Siminalayi Fubara and leader of the Rivers State House of Assembly, Edison here. Today FM's Uchendu Ejowo reports that this time, coalition of youth groups under the aegis of National Youth Council of Nigeria built a tent by the major entrance of the government house with their drums chanting solidarity songs. The chairman of the state chairman of the National Youth Council of Nigeria, Chijoke Ihuo, who addressed newsmen, maintained that they are in support of the fight against the impeachment of the governor and political godfatherism. Ihuo maintained that the youth of Rivers State voted for Siminalayi Fubara and warned that neither one man nor group of few individuals can remove the governor. The state's NYCN leader also used the opportunity to confirm an attack on him after his comment yesterday during the solidarity march by the youths, saying that he cannot be killed for standing by the truth, but warned those plotting his assassination to desist. Okay, that's one of it, right? Another one here that I'm going to look at. Okay. All right, let me complete this. Also speaking, the NYCN, it's just leading me to NYSC. NYSC. But the NYCN chairman of all the local government chairman, Ransom Yala, said those that made statement against the Ihuo should be held accountable for the attack on him last night. On his part, a youth leader in Orashi region of Rivers State, Soprochukwu Ambrose, also insisted that it is too early to threaten Governor Fubara with impeachment notice. Okay, that's not where I'm headed. Okay, but that's still on the journey. Meanwhile, a report says 3 Rivers State youths who are participating on the solidarity march against the plot to impeach Governor Siminalayi Fubara have been shot by operatives attached to the old government residential area at GRA police station. Now, over 30 youths have also been reportedly arrested and detained at the station for alleged attempt to break into the home of the embattled Speaker of the River State House of Assembly, Martin Amewule, at the old GRA. Today FM's Uchendu Ejowo, who is following up the activities at the front of Government House, reports that some of the youths who were chanting solidarity. The death of one of the victims is yet unconfirmed, while 2 others are said to have sustained serious bullet wounds. The chief protocol officer to the chairman of the National Youth Council of Nigeria, Ikechukwu Odu, who sent a Save Our Soul voice note from the custody of the police to Today FM, called on the Inspector General of Police and civil society organizations to come to their aid over the alleged intimidation from the hands of police in Rivers State. Take a listen, and I'll be back.
We are doing peaceful protests in Government House to stop the removal of Governor Fubara. Before you know, police took over on us, arrest us. Over 150 youth were arrested in front of Government House. Right away, we are in jail. Police. We are calling on civil society organization. We are calling on Inspector General of Police. We are calling on President Mola Ahmed Bola Tinubu to come to the aid of River State youth. The intimidation is too much from Nigeria police. They have shot about 3 people. He's dead.
Now, reacting to the incident, the River State Police Command, through the Public Relations Officer, Grace Iringe Koko, said the youth group tried to attack the embattled speaker and pulled his gate at his residence. Okay, so that's the report. Now, in this particular report, as I mentioned earlier, we're going to focus on the youth, their actions, what ought to be, what not to be, and all of those, right? Now, there is the freedom of association, there is the freedom of protest when you follow the due processes, the let down rules, all right? And, well, it's not a bad thing that you want to be in solidarity with someone. Now, in this case, with the governor, with all of the dramas or the drama that has played out in the state. So if you want to be in solidarity, oh well, it's fine, right? Now, you have drums, chanting songs, and all of those. Well, for them, they want to stand for something. They don't want to keep quiet to see that, oh, this is being perpetrated in the state. This is what we feel is the right thing to do. And this is what we think, or this person is who we think we should protect. And so we are in solidarity. They are in solidarity. So they've taken it to the streets. You know, when you want to go for protest, I mean, over the years in Nigeria, when people want to protest, they'll tell you, get police permit, right? And then sometimes, some protests, the police authorities, the law enforcement agencies would warn against it. Because they will categorically tell you that there are some elements that would want to hijack the process. And so in this country, Nigeria, we've had some protests being cancelled because the law enforcement agencies will tell you, oh, there's an intel, we have uncovered plots for some hoodlums to hijack the process, to make it, go rowdy, or to cause mayhem, wreak havoc, whichever one. And so they do that. All right? So, but when you follow the due process and you tell them, oh, this is what we want to do, they won't stop you. Sometimes they've been told to provide security for people who protest. That's fine. Peaceful, yes. That's the word, peaceful. And so if they have any clue that this is going to go beyond peaceful, they do something. Or they call you to counsel, or they resist you as a group of protesters. Now in this case, it's just a solidarity march and it's going to just be that. Now, in this particular report, these youths, they were arrested and detained at the station for alleged attempt to break into the home of the embattled Speaker of the River State House of Assembly. Now, that's going beyond solidarity movement. We don't really know. I mean, breaking into the compound, nobody knows what could ensue, right? It could go either ways. I mean, there is a possibility. Tensions are high. So there is the possibility that this could have gone south, as they will put it. Now, in what seems to be like a whole lot of illegality going on, what is wrong is absolutely wrong. And nobody should be let to, take the laws into their hands. And then when it does seem like you have a group of people trying to take the laws into their hands, there are also lawful ways to go about quelling or dousing the tension. Right? So if this person is wrong, you shouldn't be wrong. So if this person is getting involved in some sort of illegality, you shouldn't be dragged into that. Because at the end of the day, oh well, it's like sinking into the pit of illegality. Now, this entire episode going on in the state, it's okay to air your views about it, as long as you're not going to be calling for war. That's something that shouldn't be supported. As an individual, you can say, we condemn this in its entirety, this is condemnable, those statements like that. Coming from different groups or elder statesmen can say something about it. And talking about that, just to deviate a little bit, I've been hearing statements from people that I haven't heard from a very long time, and I'm like, where have you been all this while? Oh, wow. All right, well, let's come back. So, elder statesmen can talk about the issues. Women, if they want to come as a group to talk about the issue, yes, they can talk about it, as well as the youths. If they want to talk about it, they can talk about it, as long as it's in line with the law. As long as you're not, as I mentioned earlier, you're not calling for war. So nobody is going to say, the youths, you should be quiet about this. But there are ways to go about issues. There are ways to take actions in line with the law, regardless of how aggrieved. There is always a problem when youths gather together. There is this palpable fear that, wow, now that we have youth gather together, this could, degenerate into something. Or this could be hijacked by some other youths who would want to use the opportunity to unleash terror by getting into different criminal activities. We've had cases where people were going on protests, people were protesting, and then you had some youths breaking into some stores and stealing and all of those. Yes, they've happened. So it's fine that everybody who would love to have a peaceful state, river state, wake up to say something, do something geared towards a peaceful river state. But we've got to be mindful of our actions. Because if we're not mindful of our actions as youth now, in trying to see that we're, walking or preaching or talking or just doing something that would make the state better, if we're not careful with these actions, it could, in the real sense of the word, pull down the state. Yes, for you think, oh, well, we are the youths of the state. Yes, can we not talk? Yes, you can talk. Can we not do things? You can do, but you've got to be mindful of the actions. You have to be. Because all eyes are on you. The youths. You have people who are afraid of you. Oh, youths have gathered. Jesus Christ. Let this not degenerate. I mean, elders can gather and people will just be at peace. Like, oh, elders, they just gathered now. After all, they'll just talk and talk and talk and go away. But that doesn't mean some elders don't do certain things. I mean, we've seen drama play out on national television, even in the hallowed chambers. Yeah. But usually, you wouldn't, on a normal day, be agitated when you see elders gather together, or we're in solidarity with this person, or we're protesting for this. Hardly it degenerates into something chaotic. But have the youth together, and everyone will be like, oh, God, please. People who are going to be calling the law enforcement agency are going to be calling. Youths are gathered here. Oh, make sure you are ready. So that's it. And of course, leaders of tomorrow. So you are expected to do more. You are expected to live up to the responsibilities of bringing about a peaceful resolution in any chaotic situation. So there's a whole lot that has been put on the shoulder, on the head of the youth. Now that's the reason for every time you want to, as a youth or as a youth body, you want to carry out certain actions, you need to think it through. Am I going about, or are we going about this the right way, the right manner? Right? So what are the consequences of this action that I'm taking? It's always okay to think about that before you act. Now, you feel, oh, yeah, the speaker has been, it's a whole drama there. But it's not like you are the law enforcement agent. You're not. Well, all you should do, chant, sing your songs. Oh, I stand in solidarity, solidarity, solidarity. And that should be all. That should be all. No one should get physical. None. And we're dealing with politicians. Remember, we're dealing with politicians. dealing with people who could, in the real sense of the word, you're there chanting solidarity songs, protesting, whichever way, whatever kind you're doing. And then you're saying, oh, no, I stand for this one, I stand with this one, I stand with that one. Well, the people you're fighting over could be somewhere just in about 2027 election. It shock you? No, it shouldn't be. Yes. So for every time that as a youth you want to go whatever journey of protest or solidarity march, let it be peaceful. Let it be peaceful. Now, these people have been arrested. Oh well. For allegedly attempting to break into the home of the embattled speaker. That's something they've got on you. If they can prove it, oh well. And if they can, go ahead to prosecute, oh well. So there is the need for caution, especially this period. There is the need for caution. So no one should get involved in things that would lead to people dying. And no one should be killed. No one should die. Anyway, it's 7:40 on the clock, and you're listening to Area Talk on Today 95.1 FM. Now, I need to let you know, just in case you've forgotten. I mean, while I was going through the stories, I read the part where there was a reported death, which is unconfirmed yet. And then the ones that were are said to have sustained serious bullet wounds. That's another one. But you would want to ask, were they armed? Why were they shot at? Well, sometimes things happen in Nigeria and you'll be like, okay, well, this is Nigeria, so there's no need for asking questions. Well, there's no need to ask questions. It's not the first time, and this is not going to be the last time. All right? So let's be careful, let's be mindful, let's go about our businesses. The different things we want to do, the different ways we want to approach the entire crisis. Let it be peaceful. Let it be peaceful. All right? And I was telling someone today, I'm like, okay, I think everyone needs to be very, very careful because the turnout of events might not be what you expect. Even though nothing, absolutely nothing should shock you in this country anymore. Okay, that's for some people. I'll say, oh, nothing in Nigeria shocks me anymore. But then things will happen and you just leave your lips wide apart. You won't see when a fly is coming in. That's how shocked you're going to be. And that's the reason you need to be very careful. Very, very careful. Now, my priority is a peaceful state. Is a peaceful river state where we focus on, development issues. We have discussions geared towards development, where businesses are springing up. The ones that have run away are coming back. Things are happening. River State is peaceful. But insecurity is, okay, I know be totally eradicated, but it's brought to the bare minimum. All right? That's my priority. I don't want to come here tomorrow and talk about stories like this. So while all the drama is ongoing, it shouldn't be a physical battle or battle of guns. I mean, this is the time. Discussions, dialogue, that's the way forward. Closed door meetings. Let them be in their closed door meetings, plotting their graphs. All right? And at the end of the day, we'll be here. Faustina is going to be here to read you all the reports. Genuine, truthful, factual reports coming in from everywhere they want to come in from. Okay? So a peaceful River State is my priority. All right? So, peace be unto you. That being said, you can join me on the conversation now. Yes, phone lines have been buzzing already. I know you're like, Faustina, open the phone lines now. Allow us talk. Yes, I'll allow you to talk, but then I need to talk as well, so the youth can listen. I'm a youth, all right? Yes, I am. So I'm talking to myself as well, and I just hope that youth listening to the radio would listen and be peaceful and tread peacefully and carefully. 0817-00000951 and 0810-9510-951. Now, following this particular report about 3 River State youths who are participating in Solidarity March, some of them, over 30 youths have been reportedly arrested and detained. And there was also some that were shot at, sustained. About 2 others are said to have sustained serious bullet wounds. Also, unconfirmed case of a death. And I'm wondering and asking, how best can, youth go about, securing or acting in a manner that would get them the desired result? How best can youth, deal with issues like this, as opposed to the usual that some people know the youths for? It's all about destruction. It's all about rowdiness. Yes, some people know the youths for that. Oh, it's all about being restive. So how best can you take actions on issues that would, benefit them in the future, or issues of interest such as this? Best ways. All right, so you can send me a message as well, a text message or a WhatsApp message. 0701 933 9962. That's the text message line as well as the WhatsApp line. So send a message, a regular text message or a WhatsApp message, or you can call. There is also the social media platforms that you can get across to me on the show, Area Talk. On Facebook, the post is up there. I saw some comments already, but you too can go there, drop your comments. All right, Facebook, Today95.1 FM. On X, that is Twitter, just in case you don't know, it's X now. At Today FM 951, go there, drop a comment. You can stream us on YouTube. Go live, go to YouTube and then watch us live. And do the needful, subscribe, okay? Just don't go there and watch and go away. Do the needful, subscribe. All right, thank you very much. Today 95.1 FM, good evening.
Good evening.
Yes, you're welcome.
Yes, this is Dickon Benson.
All right, Dickin, good to have you on the show.
Thank you very much. Concerning the thing that is happening in our state,
I'd need you to stay with the angle I'm coming at it from, the youth angle. How best, they can take actions to issues that interest them.
that is true. Solidarity is welcome in every situation.
Okay.
You can take solidarity to anybody at any time based on your relationship with that person or your interest concerning what that person is doing. So on this particular issue now, the rivers.
Okay, I don't know what that noise is. Hello?
Hello? What?
All right, you can go ahead now.
Okay. So I'm saying that what needed from every river to you to now is to pay the governor solidarity. Because I believe that this
Okay, so there was this noise that was getting into my head. If I allow it, probably would get into my medulla, and it's not good. Hello, good evening.
Vaccination.
Yes. How are you?
I'm cool. I'm fine. This is Ugo. I'm calling you from Port Harcourt.
Ugo.
Yes.
Okay. Where in Port Harcourt are you calling me from?
I'm calling you from Rumukushi side.
Okay. Good.
Yes.
I hope it's peaceful there.
Thank you. Firstly, I want to really tell you that I am totally disappointed by our youth. The kind of basic work that youth are engaged in, basic things, all these things, just say for instance, any evil thing, any bad thing that happens, go down on that very well. You see that it is being perpetrated, it is being done by the youth. Then we also have the youth who are engaged in rightful thinking.
Absolutely.
Yes. So, like I heard a few days ago, I think the governor here, I'm not against what he is saying, that the youth should rise up. Is it when it is time to carry on? Is it when it is time to block the road? Is it when it is time to cause mayhem that the youth are being called upon?
No, when he said youth should rise up, I mean, yes, that's not a call to rise up and be restive or cause destruction.
Now, when you look at the cost of things in the market, nobody is selling anything to the youth at any cheaper price other than what others are buying. But when it is, stand up to defend this, to do that, are they going to defend it with ordinary hands? Don't you know how they are defending it? The past regime that defended their mandate at INEC office, how did they do it? Blocking roads, that is a kind of a thing that you can do. So, it is right time we have to rethink, we youth. We have to rethink. Any nature is in ugly thing that happens, go down well, you will see that youth are the cause of the whole thing. I am not happy about our youth, honestly. I'm not happy about the attitude, present attitude of our youth who are used for selfish things, to do things that are very ugly. So I am pleading with our youth.
Okay.
If I don't have anything I am doing today, I am telling you, I will give myself like 1 or 2 years and learn something. I will sacrifice because I want to be useful to myself. When I'm useful to myself first, Then you think of extending help to your neighbor or whoever that is around you or your family member. But you engage in something reasonable, something meaningful. Take care of yourself first. Be able to feed yourself. Like I'm here now, my parents are not here with me. No brother is here with me. No sister is here with me.
Okay.
I sacrifice. I learned what I'm doing today. Even when I was doing it, some people, God, I can't do it. But this thing now took me to one of the best companies. I am telling you. I am feeding myself today, taking care of people around me. So please, we should have a return. Thank you. So that can come through.
All right. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Hello. Good evening. Welcome to Area Talk.
Hello. Good evening, Lady Faustina.
Mr. Reginald.
Reginald, you are correct.
Good to have you on the show.
Yes. Faustina. Like I have been saying, I condemn the crisis that happened in the River State House of Assembly. I think it shouldn't have happened in the first place. Let me also condemn the action of the youth also who went to the house of the embattled America. I think they did not do well. Yes. Faustina.
Yeah.
In as much as I agree that youth has every right to show solidarity to whoever they want to show solidarity to. But I must maintain that I am disappointed with the action of some of our rivers. This is my reason. When it comes to the issue of protest, they will gather the youth. When it comes to the issue of working for them during the campaign and the election, they will gather the youth. But do you know how many number of youth that have lost their life while fighting for politics? Quite unfortunate. But this youth, you know that today, as I'm talking to you now, the sense of the governor Fobra today lies on the youth. Just Governor Fobra seems to be disappointed with the security agency. Where is there is placed more in the hands of the that are showing solidarity. I want to ask this leader. How many of you that have gathered in the government house to remind that various schools in their areas is in a deplorable condition? How many of you that have gathered in the government house remind that government should come and fix the hospitals, the those electricity, and take jobs for you to Lady Faustina, these youth that we are talking today, some of them have graduated from the university. Some of them are undergraduates. Some of them who have no hope of maybe going to school because of there is no resources, because of there is no enabling environment for them to attend. But here are protecting government officials. I would have informed them that please, why are these whatever things are doing? After this exercise, which I know that it will end up peacefully, can you propose a gathering at the government house, at the state assembly, so that government come and fix our schools in our locality? Government come and fix our roads, come and fix our electricity, come and fix our, at least, come and bring industry, trade and industry for us. Come and give us jobs. Can they also do this way? Or at every point in time, that when there are crises, either they will bring them to go to Abuja to go and protest, to go to any other place to go and protest in their favor. Some of them don't even know why they are out. You know, some of them don't even know. They just, yes, they just come like that. They don't even know. But then some of these youths are being used by those that are living them. Who will go at the back and collect money from the government for mobilization? At the end of the day, some of them will not even pure water to drink.
All right, Mr. Reginald.
Quite unfortunate. I think our youth have to be wise. They have to be wise. They should not be allowing their heads to overuse politicians who will only send them to the road to ban the contact. We only send them to push to go to collect illegal levies in the bush.
Or you send a message, regular text message or a WhatsApp message would do. Otherwise, you can go on Facebook, Today95.1 FM, as well as X at Today FM 951. Drop a comment. Turn off your radio, please. I can hear comment. The echo.
Good evening, Fortina.
Mr. Obenchima.
Thank you very much.
How are you doing today?
I'm very good, Fortina.
Good to hear.
Very good.
Very good.
I have to appreciate God for a day like this.
It's all right.
And how about you? How's everything?
Oh, very well.
Yes, our queen, our area queen. Fortina,
yeah.
The issue under discourse, honestly, I do not wish that illegality should begat illegality. But if you look at what is happening, I think Nigerian police should be able to, if you want to forestall violence and all that, you have to do it in a peaceful way. Like the thing you play, the clip that you play there. Honestly, it doesn't tell good of the police. Okay, and I even heard that the chairman of the youth chairman have been arrested, something like that, in one of these, is it on your station or your sister station? I heard that the man has been arrested. You see, democracy, when we talk about democracy, under this democracy, protest happens to be one of the ingredients of democracy. And nobody should be stopped from protesting. Because
even when it turns the other way? Even when it gets violent or something?
No, I'm not preaching violence.
Okay.
I am not violent in nature, okay? Yes, I'm not preaching violence. What I'm saying, peaceful protest is part of the ingredients of democracy. And people should be allowed to protest. Because when you stop people from expressing their displeasure, but you are calling for anarchy. You understand? Depriving people from protesting is a recipe to anarchy, and it's not going to go down well. Because you are trying to stop me, just like right now. I want to talk to you right now. You know, maybe network and all that want to stop me. I will feel bad about it. You understand? Sometimes when we want to call, let me tell you how we feel. Sometimes when we want to call you, and maybe you might be saying one thing or the other, and you refuse to pick the customer, get angry. You have heard your station. you have seen your station. There are people send you message that refuse to pick their call. You understand? But I know that it's not your fault. You understand? So it is like that. When you want to air out what is in your mind, and there's a kind of deprivation, you know, people feel bad about it. So that is how it is on what is happening. If the youth is protesting peacefully, police, their duty is to guarantee peaceful protest, ensure that law and order is maintained.
Now, don't forget, Mr. Obenchima. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Now, don't forget the part of the report that talked about, the alleged attempt to break into the home of the embattled speaker.
I'm against that one. Breaking into the home of the
all right. No, I just wanted you to.
That is why I said initially, I said, what the police will do is to prevent them. Okay? You don't have to shoot somebody.
All right. Okay.
Why do you have to shoot live bullets? You understand? It is wrong.
So the people, when people are angry on the event, on what happened yesterday, so the only what police have to do is to ensure a guarantee atmosphere, a peaceful atmosphere, not to shoot persons. You understand? You don't have to shoot them. I've even seen in Western world where people are protesting, they even stone police. I do not support it, but yet you see police maintaining peace and order. Okay, so I think police should allow people don't respectful from protesting. It is part of democracy. It is part of it. So please let police play by the rules of the game. Don't play decide your duty in line of your stomach. It doesn't work that way. Then let me give my witness report.
All right.
Fortina, I tell you that the activities of the police remain unabated. Our police, their conduct on the road, it continues. They collect money, cause a huge dreadlock. You understand? On Iwofe Road, right now. Iwofe Road, the place that cookies normally give you a report
from.
That's very the same address, just before the white choice. You see police people every evening. They come out, stand there, collect money, and they bring change. You understand? They don't want to collect more than the amount they want to collect. They bring change. And it has even the way, looking at the whole thing, you think that become legal for police to stand on the road with guns, one with pistol, bringing out change. It's unfortunate. So I think the police should do more.
Okay.
You understand? Police should do more.
All right.
Then we are still having darkness. I know that Fobara is facing battle right now. Darkness is a major part of the Port Harcourt, a major street. Please, the authority should do something. Let me stop here for dinner. Thank you very much, our area queen. God bless you.
All right, God bless you too. Thank you very much. Thank you. Hello, Today 95.1 FM. Good evening.
Hello, good evening.
You're welcome.
My name is Obin. I'm calling from Abuja West.
All right. Hope your area is peaceful.
Huh?
I hope your area is peaceful.
The area is peaceful, but some boys went to the local government to cut out some palliative way and give for.
Eh?
For the
You want to loot warehouse, palliative warehouse.
Well, that's not what I call for.
Okay, please go on.
I want to use this medium to call on the people of Abuja West, the well-meaning sons and daughters of Abuja West, because we witness wrong administration in our local government. Are you hearing me?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, I want to call on the people of Abuja West. If you are a mother, if you are a father, if you are a graduate, if you are a master degree holder, if you are a PhD holder, if you are a secondary school student, primary school children, and also a farmer, a fisherman, a palm oil tapper, they should listen to me. The administration of Hope Ikriko, they should condemn the people of Akoda West. They should condemn the administration of Hope Ikriko.
Why is that?
Administration of Hope Ikriko did not brought anything good to Akoda West.
Nothing good. Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Hello?
Absolutely nothing.
I'm not hearing you.
I said absolutely nothing. Nothing good at all.
Administration of Hope Ikriko did not brought anything to the table of Akoda West. Ikriko is a PhD holder. A PhD holder could not bring anything to the table of Akoda West. Akoda West needed development. The children of Akoda West should be oriented and give some support to the children of Akoda West. Now, you go to Akoda West today, you will see children. Which foundation is still laying to Akoda West people, or Akoda West children? A PhD holder could not bring any idea to develop the children of Akoda West. A PhD holder could not give any idea, developmental idea to develop the children of Akoda West. It's an embarrassment. It's an embarrassment to Ahoda West that a PhD holder mount as a local government for two tenures. The children of Ahoda West do not benefit anything from the whole people as a local government chairman. It's an embarrassment to Ahoda West. Ahoda West, they should condemn every graduate, every well-meaning citizen of Ahoda West. Should condemn this administration of Hopi Kriko. They should condemn it. And you lay a bad foundation for Ahoda West children. It's very bad. It's very, very bad. That a PhD holder that will lay a bad foundation for the children of Ahoda West.
Can you hear me?
I'm hearing you.
Okay, so you've been emphasizing on the PhD, and then the children. What area? Are you talking about education? Are you talking about infrastructure?
Yes.
Are you talking about dilapidated school buildings?
What we are talking about is infrastructure development. Ahoda West needs development. You go to local government. You will see what I'm saying. You will see it in your own eye. What Ahoda West needs a development. Ahoda West needs good idea.
Okay.
Ahoda West needs good visionary leader.
All right.
I want to call on whoever that is going to succeed in Hopi Kriko, please. Don't lay this bad that Hopi Kriko is trying to lay in Ahoda West. Don't lay this bad evil foundation that is trying to lay in Ahoda West. Please, I'm begging. I'm begging. The PhD holder could not lay a good foundation for the children of Ahoda West. It's very bad. It's very bad. Thank you very much.
All right, you need to calm down. But then again, I don't know if nothing good, absolutely nothing good has been brought to Ahoda West by this local government chairman, Hopi Kiriko. I'm sure I have someone else from that axis listening to me on the show. And maybe for that person, it's a contrary opinion that you have. Or maybe same opinion. You can call me, let's talk about it. But then, he didn't fall from the sky to be the local government chairman there. He was voted. Okay, I know. You might say, Faustina, these days, you think our votes count? Faustina, these days, whether you vote for one person or the other, oh well. The person whom the powers that be wants to be in that position is the person that is going to be in that position. Okay. If that's your line of thought, well, I think you beat me to it. But then, I think it's high time people, find ways, different ways to hold their representatives accountable, especially at the grassroots level, the tier of government that is closest to them. I mean, if you can't do something about the state or the federal government, find ways and means to start holding your representatives accountable. How, Faustina? I'm sure you're asking. How have we been able to hold them accountable all these years, all this while? And people are beginning to be more aware, even though we still have the gullible ones who would say, oh yeah, my vote, you can give me a plate of rice and you have it. We have those ones. Let's move on. Today 95.1 FM.
Hello, good evening. Faustina, the blondie.com, the Italian one of Niger Delta.
Chief Becky, I'm using my hand as a crown on my head.
Yes, that's somebody was saying that Miss Beauty of Today FM. No, the blonde diva of Niger Delta. Blondes are usually celebrated in the Western world. We only have you and you alone in the Niger Delta.
Okay.
Good evening.
Good evening to you.
Yes. Concerning the issues, I'm Chief Becky calling from Buri. Concerning the issues that is happening at the River State Government House, the issue between the governor and the cabals and the
but you became focusing on the youths. But we're focusing on the actions of the youths.
Okay, the action of the youth.
Yeah, that's our focus.
It's uncalled for because that action is a criminal action, going to break into a house that somebody is still occupying. They would have followed the due process to evict the former speaker. But forcefully going
is it even in their place to evict him?
Yes, it was not in their place because they were supposed to, follow due process. After the new speaker has been sworn in, just as they have done, they follow due process to evict the speaker from the house, and then the new speaker will take over the house. It's not the duty of the youth to go and evict the speaker from that house forcefully. And by so doing, they have taken the laws into their hand. So we will only appeal for leniency as first offenders. The law should be lenient to them. Then concerning what happened, that they should sheath their swords and make River State be peaceful.
Okay.
So those of us who are from the River Southeast, we have never had it better than this, because this is the only time we are having a governor from River Southeast Senatorial District. They should allow him enjoy his tenure peacefully, just the way other previous governors enjoy their tenure peacefully. Mm-hmm. That's what I'm appealing for them to do. And coming to my area talk. Hello?
I'm listening to you, Becky.
Yes, I am appealing to His Excellency. It should not be, the events that happened since on Sunday till date to not make you to lose your focus. You are a God-sent man to develop River State. So I'm appealing to you to consider to remember the good people of Sogo, Kana Ward 4, the most underdeveloped ward and clan in River State. Please, Your Excellency, come to the rescue of Sogo. If you go there, you cry for us. The only government secondary school in Sogo, GSS Sogo, is dilapidated. The old roofs, everything has been roofed. The uncompleted buildings all over the premises of that school. We don't have a health center. Women from Sogo, Kana Ward 4, before they deliver, they will transport themselves to go to General Hospital about 10 kilometers away. Before they get to the hospital, sometimes we lose our wives and babies on the way. So we are appealing to Your Excellency, site a health center in Sogo, Your Excellency. And we also appeal to you that the banana plantation land that is moribund, that is not being put in use, you can compensate the host community, the Lucia community people who are the host community. We draw the case in court involving the River State government and the host community and compensate the host landlords. Then use that place for an industrial park that will benefit the whole of River State. An industrial park, companies will key in and acquire land there, and because it's strategically sited along the east-west road going to Akwa Ibom. If everybody passing will see the companies where they are sited. Your Excellency, come to our rescue at the Port Harcourt Ring Road, which connects from Oyigbo. They should be routed through Egberu, the hometown of the PDP chairman, Egberu. That area is underdeveloped, development in the hometown of the PDP chairman, Egberu. Pass through Egberu, pass through just Sogo, through Kame, and into Bori, through Taba Road in Bori, and through Bowe to Bowe Waterside. That place, companies can site modular refineries because it's a virgin forested area directly in front of a large body of water. So, Your Excellency, come to the Bori internal roads, come to the rescue of Ogoni people. Okay. Your Excellency, River South stand for you. All the elders of PDP Ogoni, River South stand for you. Thank you very much.
All right, Chibeke. Yeah, speaking on behalf of the elders. Okay. You like their spokesman. But then again, let's take a look at some messages on WhatsApp. You're listening to Area Talk on Today 95.1 FM. 17 minutes, now 18 minutes past 8 p.m. This 31st day of October 2023. And our focus is on the Solidarity March that some youths embarked on. Some of them have been arrested Over 30 of them have been reportedly arrested and detained for allegedly attempting to break into the home of the embattled Speaker of the River State House of Assembly, that's Martin Zameuli, at the Old GRA axis. And there was also a report about death of one person that is yet to be confirmed, while 2 others are said to have sustained serious bullet wounds. This seemed to me like 2 wrongs. Yes, you're on a solidarity march. It ought to be peaceful. But then you're breaking into someone's house. Oh, well, that's unlawful. But then again, on the other hand, there was no report that they were armed and then they shot at security agents or they shot at the people in the compound that would warrant the police shooting at them, leading to the, as I said earlier, the unconfirmed death. And of course, to the 2 others that sustained serious bullet wounds. Couldn't there be any other way to quell this? And the actions of youths in situations like this, I'm just wondering, how best could they have gone, the youths, in seeking to protect their interest? How best? Dialogue? I mean, there are always options. And they will tell you, peace lovers and peaceful people would always tell you, opt for dialogue. But then, peaceful protests are never wrong. Messages here. Fasina, good evening. My area talk is about PHED in entire MO, local government area. In as much as I give Chidi Lloyd kudos in refacing and renovating the entire MO local government premises. That's a council premises. Fine, Abby. Okay. Another internal roads in various communities. I am not also happy with him concerning the total blackout in the entire MO local government in the guise that it is not his fault. Rather, PHED, quoting His Royal Majesty Chief Sergeant, I will say, the fundamental question is, does it mean he cannot do anything regarding this again? How on earth will MOA LGA celebrate Christmas this year, 2023, without electricity? And by February, he will now use it as yardstick for campaign. Please, he should live up to expectation. Concerning this, for the youths arrested for protesting, no, they were not arrested for protesting. That's not it. I just read it out also. That they were alleged to have attempted to break in. Okay? You're trying to break in. Where was I before I started explaining myself? Okay. The question is, did they fulfill necessary conditions for protest? And I think it is high time. Okay. Please look into the activities of this men who call themselves Rivers Youths, because to the best of my knowledge, the creation of this group is as a result of child of circumstances. As such, they are only going for stomach infrastructure, not as they claim to represent Rivers Youths. From OBCK Innocent from Iba. Okay, your opinion. And yours alone. Good evening, Faustina. About the police and the youths, I must tell you that the police are looking for scapegoats to cover up their unprofessional and disgraceful conduct. Why have they not issued any statement about the CPO who shot at a governor, or they think we are going to let go of that humiliation? That, by the way. Faustina, my area talk is about Chidi Lloyd. You added O to it. He's really explaining to Omudioga people that is very, very incompetent. He's explaining. I'm just trying to make something out of this test. Okay. That he cannot erect even or even rehabilitate the dead one, please, Faustina, I and the generality of Omodiaga people are calling for Chidiloy to come and erect a health center. Oh, okay. To come and erect a health center for us. Faustina, we don't have light, water, or any social amenity, but we are not asking for all the same time. Please, only health center amongst other things. I am Prince Chukwuemeka. Health center, yes, it's very important. I mean, you've got to be alive to have all your needs met. You've got to be alive to enjoy the power supply. If they eventually supply it, right? You've got to be alive to go to school. So yes, health center, very, very important. Well, thank you very much. This one here says, I have never seen the youths protest against blackouts. NLC is allowed to protest against high cost of living while the youths look the other way. The youths don't protest against potholes on our roads. They only make themselves available in situations such as carrying ballot boxes and kidnappings. Too bad for our youths, Ugo from PH. Ugo. Faustina, greetings. Those criminals that took advantage of the protest to enter. Oh, okay. This is what you think. Enter inside the River State House of Assembly, Speaker's house to steal should be arrested and prosecuted because their mission is not for the protest, rather to steal from the people. This is from Thank God Ability Atuibu. So you felt this was their mission? How did you come by this? How? Just how? But that's the thing they say about protests and all of these solidarity marches, you need to be very careful. That's the reason sometimes the law enforcement agencies would not give you the permission to go on protest, because they will tell you that it might be hijacked. And some criminal elements just waiting for opportunities, for loopholes. So that's the reason. You need to be very careful. Right? Yeah. 0817-0000-951 and 0810-9510-951. Today 95.1 FM. Good evening.
Good evening, my sister Faustina.
You're welcome.
Yes, my name is Mr. Korea, please.
All right, Mr. Korea, good to have you on the show.
Yes, my sister, I am very sad for what I am hearing in my state. I'm very happy. I am an adult. And if I cannot tell my children that, what I'm experiencing is wrong, then I'm not a mature man. Now, Faustina, let me get in mind clearly that this thing happened in Edo State, Obasagi and Oshomole. And before that man was impeached, the assembly held a meeting, and at the end of the day, intervention from all over the world coming. Why must in River State, few days to the time you elected the governor, few days to the time you come out to say you want to remove the governor, and you cannot tell any individual that.
Okay, Mr. Korea, so we're on the same page. Yeah. We're looking at the activities of youth now.
Yes,
not the entire. Yes.
Yes, the activity of the youth now, my sister. You and me were in River State. And it is very wrong that every year children will finish school, there is employment. Every year children will finish school. 8 years, children's school fee that somebody paid and their child will not have employment. And you went and contested the presidential election. From here to campaign, billions of naira you spend, you cannot give account to River State people. At the time you step down, you do not look for employment for these people. Don't you know that child will be removed one day? And these are some of the things we're supposed to know, that one day this child will revolt, because it's looking at very.
Hello. I guess network did its thing. All right, well, let's head head over to Facebook and see what we have there as comments. Okay, Vicky Smart says, and you know what? The killers of the innocent youth will get away with it because in Nigeria everything goes. What is illegal today might be legal tomorrow when it concerns the helpless. Patrick Ranson says, why not use tear gas to scare them away and secure the house? Pulling the trigger is supposed to be the last resort. Just an attempt to enter a house, not even an attempt to kill or escape from the prison. Blah. The shot people. It no makes sense. D. Hector Crease. This Nigeria police, a lot of them are very unprofessional. Must they kill? Question. Ndokako. Wamadu. But ones that blocked INEC office last time was above the police bullets. Okay. Let's come back to the calls. 8:29 on the clock. Remember, termination time 8:45 or before 8:45, so that the global sports update can come up. All right. So you can call me and let me know what's going on in your area. Remember, this is Area Talk and it is your Eyewitness Report show. So, what did you witness today? What's happening in your side of town? Let me know. What's happening? From anywhere you're listening to me from, Old GRA, anywhere at all, even outside Port Harcourt, anywhere you're listening to me from, all 23 local government areas and beyond. What did you witness today? What's happening in your area that is of public importance? Feel free to pick up the phones, call me or text me and let me hear from you. 0817 0000951 and 0810 9510951. Send a text or WhatsApp message to 0701 933 9962. Hello, Today 95.1 FM. Good evening. Yes, you're welcome. Mr. Congo. Good to have you on the show. Very well, thank you. How are you doing too?
I'm okay as well. My sister, our people in Kenya, they need to say that it is the hand that touches an empty pot on top of the table or where, and it falls down. As a result of that, the pot will make a noise. What I'm trying to tell you is this. Because of what is bad, the youth want or rampant. And that's why I used to tell people, if you find out anything that will clear up your head, do not attend today. The speaker went as far as to get into the difference of the executive government. Whatever thing that is forcing, that is what we need. You see, River State have not been governed on God federalism or whatever, as far as governorship level is concerned. And it cannot happen now. Nobody that is aware that is responsible for this issue will deny it. So the youth going into that extent, they went on alliance to display their rights because of the good government that is coming to the state.
I mean, should annoyance lead you to taking the laws into your hands or into your hands?
Let me tell you one thing. When you are annoyed, you do not go when you overstep. As I'm speaking to you now, what happened in the state of Okazili can lead to anything. And we are hearing now, whether it's true or not, whether people are been shot dead or whatever. It's because of the what transpired.
I mean, that's our focus. We're focusing on the youth, okay? And whatever happened shouldn't, get anybody to doing whatever it is that they want to do.
Okay, let's come home.
What is bad is bad.
They have overstepped. But then, let us find ourselves in this way. Nobody should create problems this step. It is owned by people and not one person alone. So the people will be together and discuss. Let me tell you one thing. You know that civil servants in River State now, they have started
taking their level. How it's supposed to be. When the one man coming, without even minding whether promotion letter have been given them or not, because he has seen that the people they have suffered. But if it were to be before, it would have been, if you don't get your promotion letter, you need to get it. But then, let me tell you one thing. They have to be very careful with this state. It belongs to everybody, not just one person. Thank you very much.
Okay. I mean, even when you try, you still have people trying to, take you back to the roots. Well, yeah, it's all part of the story, though, but I mean, we've got to focus on different angles, right? Yes, and what happened today, I mean, the reports of some youths getting involved in solidarity marches and trying to or attempting to break into the home of the embattled Speaker of the River State House of Assembly. I mean, that's going too far. Whether they are angry or not. All right? I mean, nobody would... You're listening. I'm sure if you were in your compound and you saw like over 50 youths trying to break into your compound, if you had the number of the CP or DPO, you would call. But the reaction to this by the law enforcement agents, in this case the police, by shooting, firing live bullets. I mean, I didn't see anywhere in the report that they were armed, that they were trying to fire at the police, that's the reason. Or they were trying to fire at the people in the compound, that's why they were shot at. That's not part of the story. It's not part of the report. Meaning, they were unarmed and they were shot at. Should it be so? That's another wrong move. But in general, actions of youths, really, in situations like this, are there not better ways to go about resolving issues? I mean, you're trying to protect your interest. Are there not other ways you can go about so you would be heard? Are there no other ways? Questions. All right, to some more messages. Let's go to the SMS portal. Faustina, help me advise people not to take their support to politicians too far to risk their lives, because at the end of the day, they will call the fish that didn't do anything, and you will hear we will fish out for 1 week and change topic. Handsome from PH. Fish out. Okay. Faustina, good evening. Okay. Wow. It's all right. The Queen of the Niger Delta. I see the other one, but let's just leave it. Okay. Well, thank you. I greet you. My own is my community, Ojero Kubie, in Ward 9, Hoda West. No road, no light. Sim should come to our aid. Waneri, Governor Sim or Governor Siminalai Fobara. Right? Thank you. Faustina, good evening. Your advice this evening has made me a changed man. Congratulations. Wow, that's amazing. Good to hear. Who is going to be the lucky... Okay. So I'm not understanding this part. It's all right. Marshall, see this last part? I'm not understanding it too. Can you explain further? But thank you very much for joining the conversation. Really do appreciate you. Sis, na dem. I am very sorry to the unfortunate ones, but they should know that God is watching them. This is from AZ White. AZ White, thank you for joining our conversation. Today, 95.1 FM, good evening. Welcome to Area Talk.
Yeah, good evening, Faustina.
You're welcome. Elda
Elda go power, yeah, exactly. The station has been rough for this while, you know. Almost everybody is involved in River State. As I went out, every corner, people are discussing about the event that unfolded today. I therefore again. From what I saw, 85% of River State people are not happy about the situation. They're not happy. It's an ugly situation, you know. It's the same thing. River State is not a child state again. We are mature, but all come and concern, we are going to resolve. They've agreed to resolve. Everything will be normal. Everybody should not overblow the whole thing. Either in support of this and that and that and that, you know, so that we will not overblow it and the state will be in this area controllable. We know we have a governor and all other people. Everything will go to normal. You know, the status quo will stand. So that's my area. And another one now, it should not be, the governor should not be distracted for what is happening. We have challenging issues while we are calling. The road at Ibodo, a lot of harm has been done there. 3 trailers fell with their goods and other people, and the road cannot pass. So it has caused a road for 3 kilometers from Ibodo, OK1, OK2. I don't know whom we are going to call. It's still the same governor of River State. Please, when you rested a bit.
No, but you can still call your local government chairman. It's fine.
It's not that one. It's not for local government chairman. It is a road that the state government was doing, and
the state government was on it. The state government was on it.
Yes, and they stopped it halfway, remaining 3 kilometers from Ibo to Umohi before we join our sister state. They were saying they will soon. But a lot of harm is being done in that road. Casualty. Small people cannot pass from there to Imo State. The cyclists cannot pass. The only thing that can pass is this drop that is where those new brown ones, first they will pass. Else they are not that one. They will sink there and the other ones cannot pass.
Right.
Let me tell them to go and look at the road. And the water has overtaken the whole area and mud. In fact, it's an eyesore. It does not look like a River State road. Thank you, God bless you.
All right, Elder Wayawo, thank you very much. Firstly, good evening, youths. I'm so sorry you do not know your place in the governance. Okay, this is addressed to the youths. All right. I'm so sorry you do not know your place in the governance of Nigeria. Most of you have parents that are hungry in the villages. The palliative said recently some indigents reported that they received only 2 cups of rice, and many amenities are denied from lawful citizens by the Shylock politicians and rulers. And when teased by their counterparts, they'll call on their assumed slaves to go fight on their behalf, and some may die or badly wounded. Parents, please train your children words etc. very well. Instill the fear of God in them. Thanks, Tina from Oyibo. All right, Tina, thank you very much. My namesake. It's all right. Thank you for joining the conversation. Let me see now. SMS portal. Okay, I think I've taken all the messages there. The SMS portal. One final call and we'll just wrap up the conversation. So it's just a minute you have. Today, 95.1 FM. Good evening.
Good evening.
Yeah, what's your name?
I'm calling from Port Harcourt.
Okay.
I don't have much time. Let me. The youth that blocked road last time on at the INEC office, did they stop anyone? About family, allegedly. Nigerian police,
Hello. Uh-oh. So sorry about that. So sorry. Apologies. All right, but let's wrap up the conversation now. Thank you very much for being there, listening to the dial. Thank you for your messages. Thank you for your comments. Okay, we really do appreciate you. And for you, just sitting there, doing whatever, laying down or whatever it is, driving, or probably just listening to the dial. Today 95.1 FM. We appreciate you. Thank you very much. I'll keep listening, okay? But I'd love to hear from you one day, okay? So you can text in or you can call in so I hear your lovely voice as well. As you're listening to mine, I'd love to hear yours as well, okay? So thank you very much. We'll do this again tomorrow, 7 p.m. is the time. But in the meantime, follow us on all social media platforms. Facebook, Today 95.1 FM. On X, that is Twitter, at Today FM 951. Same on Instagram. You can go over to YouTube, Today FM Live, and watch us live. Subscribe. Thank you very much. Personally, you can follow me on Facebook, Faustina Blondiva Oputu, Faustina Oputu, whichever one that pops up, you can follow. Okay? On X is at Fausti Nation. Instagram at Fausti Nation 1. Thank you very much. Coming up in just a minute is the Global Sports Update Show, top of the hour. It's Opinion Poll with Dave. All right. My name is Faustina Oputu. Thank you very much once again, and do stay with us.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
There was a time in Africa and even beyond, the mention of the Super Falcons of Nigeria will make some people fret. That does not happen anymore. The Super Falcons are not even the best team on the continent of Africa because they lost the Nations Cup to South Africa just a few months ago. They went to the World Cup. We couldn't go beyond the round of 16. And Ethiopia, small Ethiopia, gave us a scare. I need to talk to someone who understands the dynamics of women football on Global Sports Update. My name is Godwin Enakna. Thank you for joining us. When we return on the other side, I have a coach who is so used to coaching the women, he can also coach the men, I tell you, when we come back from this break. Welcome back. Rolas Inode is his name. He's waiting to talk to us. Coach, how are you doing?
I'm fine. Thank you for having me.
Now, a straight question. There was a time that the Super Falcons of Nigeria would dominate every country on the continent of Africa and even beyond. What has gone wrong?
Well, first and foremost, I wouldn't say anything has gone wrong. Don't forget, there are no more minors in women football any longer. We started the trying as much as possible to take them to the cleaners in terms of, scoring goals at least. But they've gone so far to study our games, to study how we does it. So they've equaled with us now. That is it. Everybody also coupled with the technological aspect of life that has come everywhere. So there are no more minors, and that is one of the reasons why things are happening the way it is. Yeah.
Rolas Inode, if there are no minors in football, yes, why do we have upset? Why do we talk about upset?
Yes, well, I think to some extent you talk about upset because people have to work hard to ensure that they also go ahead to have their names heard. So that is that. But that does not mean we have to delegate to the aspect of not really winning our games as far as Africa area is concerned.
Now, you were one-time coach of which of the national teams again?
The under-19, when it was the under-20, as well as the Super Falcons.
You were a coach with the Super Falcons of Nigeria?
Yes, we last went to the Olympic 2008 in Beijing. Yeah.
That's exactly where I'm going. The last time we went to the Olympics was 2008 in China. You were a coach of that team.
Yes.
Now, the team you took to that competition was made up of superstars. When I say superstars, are Nigerians who were playing right here in Nigeria, maybe one or two outside of Nigeria.
Exactly.
What has changed?
Perpetual culture and as at that time and if I change in that was last time.
Yeah. So now I ask you this question again. In your time and now, what is the difference?
The difference now then was that everybody wants to play for the country. Then this issue of money and all that were not really there. Yes, there was money, but everybody wants to play for themselves to excel. But this time around, we have how do I call it? Let me use the word psychedelic players who feel not concerned, not really dedicated, not really committed to the country per se. All they want to do is to play and maybe probably move into Europe and go to get more money for their pockets and family. So that is just the two difference. Then they were playing for themselves, playing for the country, because that passion was just there. But at the moment, I don't think that passion is there the way it is. All they are playing for is business. What do I mean by business? Playing for themselves and going to Europe to make money.
If you look at the Super Falcons of today, a lot of foreign players are all over. I'm not against foreign players as long as you have Nigerian blood running in you. Yes, you can play for Nigeria. Do you think the best are the ones we are calling from outside of Nigeria?
Those that I have seen apart from Ifoma, Unumonu, and the Allos, yes, and Co, maybe probably the Paints, then the Plumping. Others, as far as I'm concerned, have not really had a pep to as far as to our attack. As far as I'm concerned, look at, for example, Gift Monday. That's a player who just left Europe and he just left for Spain, not quite a year. But once she gets to the national team, the coaches still prefer to use those they've caught from outside than using them. So that's why everybody, like I have said, is trying as much as possible to fight out to go. That is the only way they can be called upon. They no longer see the Nigeria Premier League as a bait to pick national team players, but the international players, which was the influence of the last leadership of the Nigeria Football Federation. That is also what it is as far as the men is concerned. Yeah.
Well, another issue is leadership. The Super Falcons, I don't think they've got a leader. I'm talking about a captain in the mode of, what's her name? Florence Omagbemi in those days.
No, we cannot have that. Florence Omagbemi those days were like a coach. Even when the coaches are not there, they can bring out a match plan and tell them this is the philosophy of the team, which she knows. She goes there and get the team going on the field of play, just like what the likes of Stevie Ketchi and Sondo Lisa were doing those days. That is what she was doing on the pitch. But this time around, like I told you, there's nothing like that. With no disrespect to Onomebi and whoever, Ajibade Rashida, that is coaching the team at the moment.
These leaders, were they born or made by coaches?
I don't know. It has to do with individual prowess and will. That is what it is. It has to do with that zeal to actually carry people along. That I'm a leader. This is what I'm supposed to do. But somehow that area is really missing.
Let's talk about coaching now. Roland Sinode, would you prefer a foreign coach or a local coach?
Well, as a Nigerian, with no disrespect to any of the foreign coaches, I would prefer the local coach. Because we have a lot of them abounding around the countries. A lot of local coaches who are ready to take the team to the greater heights. We've done it in the past. So why can't we do it? If since 2008 we cannot qualify for the Olympics, and the last coaches that have done that were never foreign coaches, so why can't we do it this time around? So it all depends on the zeal and the encouragement from the Nigeria Football Federation. So that is it.
Okay. Now let's talk about, I said this before and I want us to go back to that. Coach Roland Sinode, how do you feel watching the Super Eagles struggle against lesser teams?
Well, I feel very bad as a coach, but like we said, you cannot give what you don't have. So what we need to do is to keep working hard and encouraging them to see how they can get back to the table.
What encouragement are you talking about? How do you encourage the players to play when we struggle against Equatorial Guinea? Now it is Ethiopia of all countries.
Yes, encourage them to let them know that one, this is your country. You have no country of your own. You have no other country that you call your own. This is Nigeria. Motivate them. I'm not talking of the financial motivation. As far as I'm concerned, they are all rich and big boys. So it's just to let them understand that you have to really fight for your country like food soldiers. At the time they start having this kind of attribute within their heart, I think we are good to go.
Does money really motivate the Nigerian athlete?
Yes, money does, but it's not 100% uhuru as far as those areas is concerned. Yes, money does.
I have had the experience of trying to motivate my athlete with money. It didn't work at all, Roland Sinode. I've had the experience of promising them before a game was played, not in the dressing room, like a discussion. They went into those matches and they still lost. Is it a case of you cannot give what you don't have?
Yes, you are very, very correct. It's somehow, like you said, there are some players that you have hyped, but when it comes to the big occasion, they fiddle out. So such players, there's no way you can motivate them, even financially, or promising them heaven ahead for them to deliver, because they cannot give what they don't have, like you said. Yeah.
The last Olympics, Coach Roland noted that you were part of as a coach, the Super Falcons. Please talk us through the experience. What was the experience like?
The experience was wonderful. We started playing all through, qualifiers, beating South Africa, beating Uganda, I think, and then Namibia. Then we qualified, and then from there we went to training tour of South Korea. We were there for about a month. Then from there, en route Beijing, where we were. So I think we had Brazil, Brazil in our group, China, and one other country I cannot, Chinese Taipei and Nigeria. So we won Chinese Taipei. We drew 3-3 with China, and then lost scandalously to Brazil at about 3-0. So that made us not to qualify. So we were out of the championship from the first round. So we couldn't get to the quarterfinals. So we left at that round of 16 because they were 16 teams here.
Now, as we speak, 1, 2, 3 editions after, we have not been able to qualify for the Olympics. Who would you blame? Why do you think we have not qualified for 3 consecutive Olympics, the Super Falcons of Nigeria?
First and foremost, I will put the blame on, because the first edition after the Beijing Olympics, thereabout, I think why we did not qualify has to do with issue of the right players. I can still remember not picking the right players. Then at the end, we just did down and left. The second edition, I will put the blame on the leadership of Nigeria Football Federation, because when you don't couple, because to camp on time, as at when they are supposed to prepare and ensure that things are done, that went by. But this last edition, I will put the entire blame on the coaching crew as well as the players, because they were all motivated, they were 100% really prepared, but they couldn't get it right. So it has to do with the team management. But all the same, where we are going, I can assure you, based on the players I see in camp at the moment, that come Tuesday, tomorrow, we will surmount it. We will win. Because I've spoken with some of the players who happens to also close to me.
Okay. Now, quick one here. Coach Roland Sinode. Aziz Adoshola is a big player on the continent of Africa. She's worshipped. In Barcelona, she's a superstar. From England, Liverpool, Arsenal, China, now in Barcelona. A lot of people think that she doesn't give even 30% of what she gives to Barcelona. What do you think?
Well, I would say yes. I will also say no. Yes, in the sense that don't also forget, in and out, anytime she comes to national team, she's always not too lucky in terms of having injury worries. Anytime she comes to national team, not fully fit. That is yes. No, in the sense that she on her own is being played out of position. That's the way I look at it from the coaches. So if you look at, you are playing players out of position. We know too well in Barcelona, Aziz Adoshola plays either as a top man or as a supporting striker. But from our team, they take her to the wing, either wing or bring it out to play deep into, as if she's playing as an offensive player, or maybe back to the left. not having that top positions to play. So if you marry all these two areas that I have concerned, it could also contribute why she's not really doing her best when it comes to the national team.
Well, is it a case of she's not being able to tell the coaches, please, can you try me in this position? I've seen players who have told coaches that, can you just allow me play this position? At least for once.
Yes, I could remember sometimes when she has to voice her. Don't forget, she was made the captain of the team. She has to voice her to say one or two things. She was not labeled rebel. So because of that, she was being stripped. They said because she's talking too much. That is why she's not concentrating. She's not playing and all that. She was stripped out of her captain bag. So what she's doing a popular sermon that Nigeria says, sit down, look. So she comes around. If you ask her to play, she plays. They ask her to do that, she do that. So while she's playing, she feels she's giving her best. But as far as I am concerned, as a coach, she's being played out of position. So that is it.
So Aziza Oshoala honors the national team call, played out of position, and Nigerians have said, oh, Azizat is finished. This is not the Azizat. And she's comfortable with that. Is that what you're saying, Coach Rollins?
Well, I wouldn't know. I'm not in that mind. This is just my personal and humble opinion. Okay. That is what I'm trying to say. My personal and humble opinion. It could be right. It could also be wrong. Yeah.
This is Tekwan with Rollins in Ode. He was there at the Olympics, yes, with the late Josie Lada. They also won the All-African Games for women. Talking to us right here on Global Sports Update. He returns tomorrow with just truly Godwin Enakala. Let's keep praying for Nigeria. God bless Nigeria.
Every day on Today 95.1 FM, there's always an opportunity to comment and air your views on our various programs. It's not just about us. It's about you, your opinion, and your voice.
President, don't you think that it's time to step down, sir?
Be part of the story, the gist, reactions, intrigues, and the news.
President Neil Patrick Harris has called for greater regulation.
Give us a feedback or join the conversation on Twitter at TodayFM951. Our Facebook address is Today95.1 FM, or join us on the number 0701 933 9962. That's our WhatsApp application. Be informed, be educated, and have fun. We are Today 95.1 FM, voice of the people.
Wake up to today's quest.
Welcome to take you through the ever-exciting world of sports. Today's question, Today 95.1 FM, the newspaper review segment.
You should pay them. Why not pay them so that the legislature can function effectively? The law governing those people allows them to create a multi-door. I won't use your vehicle. Just know that they are giving to House of Assembly 600 million. I'm not coming there because I want to chop that peg. No.
Let's engage on today's hustle.
Welcome to Talk That Talk on Today. No, there's nothing to sugarcoat. If you go to the street, that's where you can get the true report. It's not on newspaper or wherever.
Because I see no reason why people have been suffering like this. And they are breathing, IGR, they are breathing.
And you're welcome to today's Sport Live. There are people that are scared of the dark.
Nigerian League champions can overturn.
They've considered 5 goals away from home, and at their home ground, they've not been able to score. So he talked about not.
Welcome to the platform on radio.
Okay, America is the standard, right?
It is happening in America.
Hold on, America is. Hold on now. America is the standard. Yes, okay.
Now they are the fathers of democracy now. Who brought them?
No, they are not the fathers of waiting. They happen. We'll give them that in the way you talk to. Will they give anybody when they do well? Nah, this is a monkey man. This monkey man.
And just when you think we are done, come on with us. Let's interact on today's Connect.
Just calm down, okay? Everything is gonna be all right if you believe. With Harget, welcome entertainment recap right here.
So this is Area Talk on Today 95.1 FM, your eyewitness report show.
Last week, you anything like that? This woman don't make arrest with me. I carry my eyes, see them there.
Where the Senate is set to amend the Electoral Act.
I don't know why we are taking this Senate serious. Is there any law that they have passed in this country?
It is. Let me tell you. Today 95.1 FM. We are your perfect companion from dawn to dusk. Every day.
What do you love listening to? What's your style? What's your choice? What do you yearn for? So we've got great talk, amazing conversations, entertainment, sports, and lifestyle. So tune in to Today 95.1 FM Pawtucket, because we are the voice of the people. The voice of the
people. You may not realize it, but do you know you can always show your love for others with simple gestures? Here are some of them. Always look for the good in people. There are two sides to every story. We have our good and bad sides. So, look for the good in people. Focus on people's potential. Everyone has potential. So, rather than put them down, help them realize it. Choose to love. If you're given an option between giving love and receiving love, choose given, because that is a more practical choice. Treat everyone as equals. This means letting go of all the prejudice and partiality. See people for who they really are, not their jobs, not their apparels or bank accounts. If everyone does this, then the world will be a better place. Love yourself. You cannot give what you don't have. So, before you try to love other people, love yourself first. Forgive. We all make mistakes. So, whether it's a family or a stranger, the best way of showing love is forgiveness. Everyone deserves a second chance. Show compassion. Care for other people. Care for what they are going through. Do what you can to help. Give back to the community. Remember, you want to see. When you smile, the whole world smiles with you. This message is brought to you by Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
95.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back. Six minutes gone past 9. This is your premium talk news and sports station, Today 95.1 FM. A wonderful Tuesday evening in the Garden City of Pawtucket. How are you doing? It's been an exciting day. It's been a productive day, even if it was a lazy day for me. I would say it was a lazy day for me. It wasn't as eventful like that of Faustina, because I know she's had a lot to unpack today. And some days when you wake up, it's not as planned as some other days, but regardless, we still move. Okay, we move regardless of what's happening in River State. I hear the tension is dousing. More and more people getting less scared than yesterday. Yesterday, we actually thought it was going to be something different, but thank God we're still here. Okay, so we'll be here together, and of course, Today 95.1 FM is going to be keeping you updated on every latest happening, everything trending, every update for you to hear. But on the show this evening, we're going to be gisting together. Remember, every 9 p.m. to 10 p.m. is opinion poll time, where we just, as a family, we get to talk about critical issues, salient issues, and then you give me your opinion or opinions to them. Okay? My name is Dave Robert. I'll be your host for the show from now up until 9:45 p.m., hopefully, and then by 10 p.m. the world news will be up next. I'll go on a short break, get back, and then we'll get into the subject for conversation tonight. Stay tuned.
What's a successful business without sales? And what is sales without an audience? Well, do you know that you can reach 8 million listeners across 6 states in 2 geopolitical zones all at once? How? With Today 95.1 FM, you can get millions of people to know about your business. And what does that mean to you? More sales. Call 081 389 2850 now for more information.
Welcome back. Let's get straight into it tonight, okay? What you can do for me is grab a cup of cold coffee or hot coffee, because what we're about to discuss, you would need to sip on something so that you don't get really angry, and then you don't have something to cool your temperature down, as most people would say. But I saw this picture today. It's been trending on, most national tabloids in the country. And when I saw the picture and the story attached to the picture, it sort of expressed a lot of things. It sort of, in one space, said so many things that we have seen happen in time past, things that are still happening now, things that will happen. In that singular page, it explained all these things. It's about a story of a young girl, and this young girl has just so much up her sleeves in years to come. I mean, I'm looking at this young girl and I'm imagining what would be her life in the next 1 year from now. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years from now. It's about the story of a young girl. I don't know if you might have come across it before, anywhere on any public post today. This young girl conspired with her friends to kill her boss, her employer. And the young girl is just 14 years of age. So the Niger State Police Command has arrested the prime suspect in the killing of a Federal University of Technology Mina lecturer whose name is Dr. Fumilola Adefolalu. I don't know if I got it correctly. Adefolalu, maybe. The police investigation showed that the deceased, who was 14 years, who is the house help of this particular woman, Joy Fakafe, carried out the attack with her classmates in secondary school, whose names are mentioned as Walex and Smart, who are currently on the run. The State Police Relations Officer, Wasiu Abiodun, disclosed this on Tuesday in a statement. He added that the effort was ongoing to arrest the fleeing suspect. Now, some friends and church members of Adefolalu visited her residence in Baiko area of Mina on October 10th, 2023. However, on getting to the house, the visitors met her lying in a pool of blood with marks of injury on her body. The police operatives attached to Boso Division visited the scene, and 2 blood-stained knives suspected to have been used to stab, her by the unknown persons were recovered from the scene. Her body was quickly taken to the IBB hospital, Mina, where she was confirmed dead. Tragic story. Very tragic story. So according to the police, an investigation led to the arrest of one of the deceased housemaids whose name is Afe Cafe, on October 30th, 2023, around 9 p.m. at a residence within Begano area of Minna. The statement read, and I'm going to read it out to you. During interrogation, the suspect confessed that she served as the deceased housemaid for about 3 weeks and was laid off due to misdeeds in the house. So for 3 weeks, this particular girl, Afe Cafe, can I get the name correctly? Afe Cafe, yes, who is 14 years, was working for Madame, who is the lecturer. 3 weeks. And in the space of 3 weeks, Madame said, "You're not doing well. I don't like your character. I don't like the way you're behaving. In fact, leave my house." So Afe Cafe leaves the house. And then when she leaves, she goes to school and meets her classmates and reports the issue to her classmates. You know those things young children do. My madam wicked. My madam wicked. My madam do me this kind thing. You know, say for the past 3 weeks I never chop. You know, say for the past 3 weeks she dey owe me money. You never can tell the story that young Afe Cafe told her friends. And this is the age of juvenile delinquents, especially with the Gen Zs. You know, the Gen Zs are the ones born from the year 2000 up until now. Okay, so they're not patient. No, they aren't. They want to make money quickly. They want to do everything quickly. That's one of the traits of Gen Zs. They want to get rich quick. Some of them are doing well, some aren't. You know, it's not like the generation, the millennials before them, who took steps one after the other, or took the process, you know, took the stairs, not the lift. But the Gen Zs want to take the lift. They just want to go from A to Z at the same time. So she explained to her friends, Walex, I think that's like a nickname, and then the other guy called Smart. And Smart and Walex go, how can your boss, your madam, treat you in such a way? So they planned. So Walex and Smart went to the lecturer's residence on October 28th, 2023, around the time specified here is 4 p.m. with a motorcycle, and so faced at the gate while the lecturer opened the gate for her, which is, you know, the housemaid. So Walex and Smart entered and beat the lecturer, hit the lecturer on the head with a stool, and then stabbed her with a knife brought by Walex, and then took another knife from the kitchen and stabbed her severally. So Abiodun said, Afe Cafe said the deceased's phone and laptop were taken away, while they also removed the battery of the vehicle parked in the compound and fled the scene. Ooh, looks like a horror movie. But this is what happened to this woman. Now, before we start judging and giving our judgments, because I know everyone is already pissed listening to this, a young girl of 14 who was shown the door and got angry, went to report to her friends about what happened to her. And here we have a situation of a dead lecturer already because of this. Let's start with the motives for this. What would be the motive behind Afe Cafe going to report to her friends that her madam treated her badly? I'm trying to put myself in Afe Cafe's mind. If I was treated good by a particular person, unless I am a devil, unless I am a demon, unless I don't have a human heart, that would be when I would go and lie against my boss or my employer. Okay? I'm just trying to paint a picture here. Unless I don't have conscience at all. But if I was treated good. Now, mind you, I'm not in any way supporting her actions. Okay? So we'll get to that point. Unless I was not treated good, then I would start pointing fingers to my madam and telling people that my madam is wicked. Telling people that my madam has done bad things to me. Telling people that if I have the opportunity, waiting I go do my madam. Because that's what's happening now. You have a lot of young children, teenagers, who engage in this kinds of thoughts. Truth be told. Now, we are still talking about motives. If this young girl had processed that she would get into trouble, maybe she might have given it a second thought. But she was ready to damn the consequences. So what would have warranted such action by young Afekafe to tell her friends that her madam has been so bad that they should come and beat her madam up? Now, I know that with, the teenage age comes a lot. Hormonal changes. These children need guidance. These children need direction. If you allow any teenager just think out of the box, what would come out of their mind would surprise you. So maybe she's acting out of juvenile delinquence by opting for beating up the madam. Maybe not envisaging that they would kill her, but maybe beating up the madam to show her a lesson or teach her a lesson. But there is a point I want us to establish here. Why do we always have issues between house owners and domestic staff? It's a problem. Have you ever been in a situation where it's rare though, where you see a domestic staff stay in a household, grow there, get married, have become an adult, and without problems? It's rare, very rare. It's always domestic staff being abused or maltreated by the house owners, and vice versa. We've also had house owners who have been, in the case of the lecturer, set up. Now, this is not even the first time this is happening. Remember the story of the driver of another lecturer? I don't know why it's always with lecturers. The driver of another lecturer who was accused wrongly of stealing money from I think this happened in River State. Yes? He was accused wrongly of stealing money from the lecturer, and then the matter went to court, and then he was sent to jail, and he came back for revenge and killed the woman. And I think he surrendered to the police. He surrendered himself to the police. He wanted to actually serve the term. What is the motive behind the feuds between house owners and domestic staff? Is it that domestic staffs are not treated well? The domestic staff are not treated well by the house owners, or they feel that they are marginalized, or they feel that, for some reason, they should be given more respect because they are human beings also. On the other hand, what is the criteria for employing? What is the criteria for employing a domestic staff? How do we balance this? Because we would still see more young men and women getting married, having children, and needing domestic staff. I would need 1 or 2 or 3 of them eventually when I have a family. So I'm not saying I'm saying this because we just want to have a conversation. How do we place a balance, between the relationships existing between house owners and domestic staff. It's always a problem. It's always a problem. So if you're a domestic staff out there, I would need you to call and I would need you to share what best way do you think your oga or your madam can treat you. Maybe you don't need to mention your name, okay, so that you remain anonymous. But what do you think should be the way that you should be treated in that house? And then if you have domestic staff, how do you think domestic staff should be treated? Because some people don't know. They do not know. And the fact that they hide under the guise of ignorance leads to issues like this. What would have warranted this girl conspiring with her friends to kill her madam? That extent. Do you know what it means? For her to go to school and say, see, this is my madam. Let us show her pepper. Let us show her that I am angry. Okay? So let's talk about this. How do we handle this crisis? You know, we're talking about crisis in River State and everyone is calling, but it starts from somewhere. It starts from the family. How do we handle this crisis between house owners and domestic staff? If you're a domestic staff, you call in and share. If you're a house owner and you have domestic staff, please, let's settle this issue tonight. 0817 0000 951 or 0810 951 0951. Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Welcome. Good evening.
Thank you. This is Chief Solomon calling from Obu.
Chief Solomon, go ahead.
You know, this is abnormal. I think he said her age is 14 years.
14 years, yeah.
I'm sure this girl is not more than 14 years.
She looks 14. I saw the picture.
Okay. All right. This law these teenage girls, recognizing them, recommending them from 18 years, to bring it to the of this generation, they are most wonderful. From this part of years and special in age from 18 years adults. Underage. So what they do?
All right, Miss Chief Solomon, I'm sorry, the line was really bad. I was trying to make out some things you said, but you were trying to point to the fact that there should be a law restricting certain young children from becoming domestic staff. I think that's what you're trying to say. But if you can, call me back and let's have this conversation again. 0817 0000 951 or 0810 9510 951. Hello, good evening.
Yeah, Mr. Zion, good evening to you.
Welcome, Mr. Zion. Go ahead.
Let me first of all use this opportunity to appreciate the domestic staff that have successfully built a relationship with their madam. And I want to also appreciate madams who don't even see these domestic staff as just a domestic staff, but they are taking them home as their own sons, like their own daughters and the rest of them. So I appreciate those people. In fact, some domestic staff have traveled to Dubai. Some have gone to Canada. I mean, they have international passports to domestic staff. So I appreciate those women. May God bless them. Now, to this other part, why do we have this issue? Look at the age of that girl. She's just a juvenile. That alone is an aberration. You are bringing such a girl to come and be a domestic staff. What results do you want to achieve? That alone to show that such a person wants to exploit this teenager or this juvenile. That is why they went for those little children.
and they end up eating up too many activities for these children.
Now, some people would say the older ones are stubborn. You can't tell them because they now know that they are adults. They know their left from their right.
Yeah, you need to know that there are certain activities or responsibility you give to this juvenile as the domestic staff is too much for her. She carries the children, she washes their clothes, she makes them to sleep, she feeds them, she cleans the house, she goes to the market. I'm talking about 14-year-old girl. And you as the madam, you keep pressuring on her. You hamper on her. You don't consider the psychology of this girl. You don't consider the anatomy of this girl. You don't consider the growth of this child. You put too many pressure on her. What do you expect? The law of diminished return. She will bounce back. Her heart will be bitter. You don't love her. So such a people that goes about looking for these teenage and juveniles to be house help, these are very wicked people.
Okay.
I'm telling you the gospel truth.
All right.
The truth is this, if you are looking for a house help and you get to this juvenile, know that the only thing they can do for you is to play with your children.
Okay.
To make sure they just take care of them at that certain age. But not giving them activities and chores they cannot do. And you as a mother, you are not even assisting. And because of pressure and stress, if they cannot meet up the responsibility, you abuse them, abuse that generation, and so on. When you are wicked to them, they will be wicked to you.
All right.
When you are good to them, they will be good to you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mrs. Zion. Because of time, let's take some other calls. 0817 0000951 or 0810 9510951. You can send a text message or a WhatsApp message to the number 0701 933 9962. Hello, good evening. Oh, my network is bad. 95.1 FM. Good evening.
Yes, good evening.
Please.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Turn down the volume of your listening device if you can, please.
Yeah, I've just done that.
All right.
I've just done that.
Go ahead, sir. What's your name?
Okay, I am Zanila Samson.
Okay, welcome.
I got your topic of discussion.
Okay.
So let me contribute a little.
Sure, go ahead.
Because I've had experiences with the domestic staff. I think it is in two ways. In two ways, I mean, is from the person who is hiring them and also the person that is being hired.
Okay.
Yes, because I have got an experience where I had somebody, the person was provided with everything. He was living with me. He was cooking, doing everything, in fact. At the same time, because he saw money in my hand that period, he went out and started plotting my kidnap.
How old was this person?
I think that person was about 25 to 26 years at that time.
Wow.
A male, not even a female.
Wow.
And again, the one that is staying with me currently now, she's 16 years.
Okay.
That's why 16 years. I took her as my own child. She is currently going to write this jam that they are registering now. She will write it. I will train her. Her mother, her father, they do come to my house from week to week to see how she is doing.
Okay.
Even there was a time she felt very sick, and I advised her parents to carry her home. When she gets herself, they should bring her back. She refused to go. Prosper said that she is not moving an inch, that she prefers this place to her father's place. What am I trying to say? I carry people, I try to be good to them to the best that I could afford, but at the same time, I have fallen into a wrong hand. Now I am in the hand of a good person, because this girl, nobody tells her what to do. By 4, she wakes up, prepares the children for school. You don't tell Prosper what to do. So Prosper as a person she has a good character. She has a good spirit. So I am thinking that anybody who wants to go into employing a domestic staff
to look at the character first.
Fine, character is one, and two, you need to pray. The Lord God Almighty, who knows these people better than us, should be the one to direct us to whomsoever we're going to carry. That's the way I'm looking at it.
All right. Okay. Thank you very much. So while he was saying what he was saying, I just got a suggestion that came to my mind. And let me just say before I take this call, why don't you want to employ domestic staff, give a probation period so you can understand this person's character, understand this person's temperament, understand this person's propensities or proclivities. If that person is given to stealing, in the period of 1 to 2 months, you can monitor before you now say, I am employing. All right, I'll come back to reiterate this. 95.1 FM. Hello, good evening.
Good evening, Dave Robert.
Welcome, Asintoka Wellington.
Dave Robert, some of these domestic staff, don't look them as domestic staff. Put them first as part of your family.
No, they can't be part of your family. You know why I said they can't be? You know why?
I'm saying so.
Okay.
Listen, these people are coming to take care of at least 70 to 80% of your domestic responsibility.
Are you paying them?
You're going to pay them. Listen, see, the mentality you're seeing them, most of the persons see them as people to work to die. You come to work by 6, you close by 9. And this person has something to do. This person will take care of your daughter, take care of your son, take care of, sometimes the person will cook what you will eat. Ironically, this person is part of the family. Because what you eat is like your life. You don't know.
All right.
So you have to be very, very careful. Treat them like one of you. And don't allow your children to see them as less human.
Okay. That's why I was saying, okay, no, thank you. I understand where you were going to. Thank you so much. You know something, yeah? Why I said some people don't even see them as family is because at the point you start bringing them in as, oh, are you seeing that this girl is doing better in school than your children? And the comparison starts. You're already creating another problem between the children and the domestic staff. You bring them in as family. Before you know, the wife starts feeling, oh, okay, you're now taking care of this girl more than me, eh? You want to show that you love them more than my children. So make it clear to them that you work for me, but I would not treat you as a slave. I will not treat you as a slave. 95.1 FM. Good evening.
Hello, good evening, Dave.
Is this Alvin?
Yeah. Oh, wow. Wow.
Yes.
That's nice.
All right, go ahead, Alvin.
I appreciate it. And this was what I was saying to Radhi. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Sure. Go ahead.
When things like this happen, people will always come to state how the society has gone wrong. Where we get it wrong. This is exactly what I'm saying. And this is totally a child. If this teenager of 18, a person of 14 to 20 years old, you're still a child.
Yes, exactly.
You're a child. How can a child just go and plot? According to our balance here in Europe, to drill somebody.
Yeah, to drill a whole woman.
Your mother. So your mother.
That means the woman has done something that pained that child.
Despite what she has done, she's a mother. She doesn't have any right to do whatever. And she should learn from her mistakes. He's a child now. The way children of now their brain functions, I'm becoming marveled. That's what I said. That's what I said the right day. And they should try to establish some relationship within house help and their employees. Please, it's becoming unbecoming.
I'm telling you. All right, thank you very much. Even if it would mean having MOUs, having contracts, you sign here. See, the way I plan to have mine, yeah. You come to work every day. You work and you go. You're not sleeping. you're not staying. If I want you to stay in my house, and I know I'm adopting you as my child, there are two different things. Then you don't get to work for me. If I'm adopting you as my child, I now see you as my child. You're not a staff. You're my child. Let's know how to separate these two different ideologies. You don't say, oh, I'm treating you as my child, but the person is working like a Jackie, morning till night, and your children are crossing their legs. No, that's wrong. 95.1 FM. Good evening.
Hello, Dave.
Yes, welcome. Good evening, sir.
Good evening. This is Ibe calling from Elibolo.
Ibe from Elibolo. Go ahead.
Yeah, the truth of the matter is, some of these men, they are being forced to do the wedding stuff and the rest.
I agree.
Yeah, because, I doubt if you are being subjected to do anything that is not from your mind, if you are going to, you are not going to give your best. So that is it. So in a situation like that, I'm afraid. No positive result will actually come out of it. So that is it.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, EB. 0817-0000-951 or 0810-951-0951. We'll have about 6 minutes to leave the studio because of the forthcoming program. In case you're just tuning in, this is Today 95.1 FM. We're talking about the 14-year-old girl, house girl or housemaid, that killed her madam because of certain reasons. She plotted with her friends to kill her madam. And I'm asking, how do we balance this wahala? This every time there's a problem between house owners and domestic staff. What are the ways that we can see that children who are employed... In fact, why do we have children employed in the first place? That's what Mr. Zion was trying to say. What age do you think someone should be employed, or you can have a domestic staff? What age bracket should be comfortable for that? 95.1 FM. Good evening.
Good evening, the very distinguished Robert. How are you doing this evening?
I'm wonderful, sir. Thank you.
Yes, I remain very distinguished Temple Okere.
Okay, Mr. Temple, you have 1 minute because of time.
Yes, I think from the age of 20, it's good to go.
Okay.
But like I was, always having conversation with persons, they told me that 3 categories of domestic staff they don't joke with. Their cook, their driver, and their gate man. And most importantly, most of these domestic staff, what kind of, character do you impute in them? How do you see them? In as much as, whether we like it or not, they cannot be part of the family. But you should treat them like humans. When you treat them like a devil, they also see you as devil, and they will go extra mile to treat you as devil. That is just the thing. Okay, how do you imagine a madam giving her domestic staff, as in serving her food with a plate the dog using eating? How do you see that?
That's bad. Very bad. Barbaric.
Okay. Then just imagine the kind of, character you are inculcating on such a person. How would the person see you outside? Or if the person have an opportunity to get at you, how decisive the person will handle you? For me, people should first of all see their domestic staff
as human beings.
A human being.
Yes.
A human being. Very important. You might not treat them like your children, but see them as a human being. Give them some level of preference. It's important. At least there is tomorrow. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. You made a lot of sense. People still do that. Call their domestic staff and say, hey, come. And then when bingo finish eating, that's the same plate. Bring it and come. When you do those kind of things, which heaven do you want to go to now? As you pray to God on Sunday in church, who should answer? God. 95.1 FM. Good evening. Oh, the network is bad. 95.1 FM. Good evening. Last caller for tonight. Hello? Yes, I can hear you, but it's not really clear. Hello, good evening.
Dave, good evening.
Welcome.
This is Kevin from Abu.
Okay, Kevin, you just have 1 minute, please. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. You see, many people, if you just work with them casually, they will really regret working with them because of the kind of character and the heart that they have. And these are the character that they impose to those so-called helpers who help them in the house. Okay. You don't need to treat somebody as an animal, to be as a human being. You don't treat human being as a tool, just the tools that you are using to work. This is a human being. That is the problem we have. People should be very careful in this generation. Let me stop there. Thank you.
Wow, thank you very much. Very apt and straight to the point. But this is where we draw the curtains. Very interesting conversation. I wish we had more time. I wanted to hear from even the domestic staff. You know, that's what my Ogadi treats me. Is treating me very good. Or my madam is wicked. And then there should be, at least in River State, there should be a platform or portal where this domestic staff can make their complaints to. You know, civil society organizations are there, you know, but that's a private organization. What about the government? Are they concerned about the plight of these human beings? This is where I draw the curtains. Thank you so much. I really enjoyed the show tonight. My name is David Melford Robert. Follow me on social media. David Melford Robert. Follow me there. And then for Today FM, Today FM 951 on Instagram, on Facebook, on X, on YouTube, Today FM 951 Live Port Harcourt. Subscribe to the handle and watch us live. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Coming up right about now, it's special advert from Desperados, and at the top of the hour, the world news. Stay tuned.
Let's go! Welcome to What's Popping.
What's popping? Brand new whip, just
What's Popping with Desperados. What's Popping with Desperados.
Welcome to another exciting, informative, and juicy edition of What's Popping, brought to you by Desperados. When I say juicy, guys, I mean it. This show helps you refresh your playlist with the hottest songs coming out of Nigeria, and also informs you of all the exciting places that you need to hang out. Simply put, this show is the show, and it's brought to you by none other than Desperados. Now, if you're ready to have some fun, let's do it.
What's good? What's cracking? With Desperados, the tequila flavored beer.
This show is your go-to source for the latest buzz on social media about your favorite celebrities, pop culture, and even lifestyle trends. It's a delightful blend of all things popping, very much like Desperados, your favorite tequila-flavored beer. So buckle up, we are about to have some fun and head straight into the ultimate pop culture frenzy. Today, I've got stuff for you on the Popping 7, on the list, and even where it's popping. But we need a short break. And when we come back, we get straight into all the exciting things that I've got for you today on the show.
What's Popping with Desperados, the tequila-flavored beer. Tequila-flavored beer.
Be extra and embrace the wavy. Who's the most unusual of them all?
Desperados, of course. A beer with a kick that makes every night different from the other. Nobody does it better. Life is too short to be basic. Go for the unusual. Go Desperados. The Popping 7.
It makes me feel good. I just want to get up and dance.
I just want to dance.
The Popping 7. Countdown of the joints you feel the most. What up?
And we are back. This is the Popping 7, proudly brought to you by Desperados. For this segment, I'm going to show you or tell you about the 7 hottest tracks that I think you should add to your playlist, though. No sentiments. These songs are hot. To kickstart the Popping 7 is none other than the Prince of Afrobeat, Rema, with D&D. If you haven't listened to that body of work, Ravage, you are missing. This particular song, D&D, was produced by P Prime, and it showcases his impressive vocal talent and artistic growth.
I'ma make a no too tall, make a so free sit down. Because if I talk one, they go and swallow me, yeah. Share one boo, share one bar, share one real, share one fair. Me I not do it again. When you see wins that they want shallow, we say they want to bully me, oh no, I don't do. Stop my shit right up the upstairs, me I know this shit. I don't do too much of peace and kill right now. I go put you on D&D. Keep your eyes up on them. because it gets a super move around me when you fit in the body and D. I do work out with the security because I shot in one shot.
Up next is Kiss Daniel with My G. The Kiss Daniel My G challenge is taking over social media and everyone is talking about it. The song is a hit song and was produced by DJ Kublon and it is straight from his second studio album, Maverick. If you haven't listened to this one, you have definitely been living under the rock because this song is literally everywhere, I promise, My G.
Kukaye, what I do with my life. If you know like I'm quick Fatima. Kukaye, what I do with my money. If I go broke, I go container. Okay, thanks for your concern. I can manage that, so no worry about me, worry about your airline. Damn. Underrated, but I'm still cashing out. You go shock, you say I get money, pass your faith.
Up next is Troublemaker by Rema. If you are a troublemaker, Rema, you need to keep making those troubles because it has literally put you on the lips of everybody for the past year. Rema has been winning and I love this body of work, Ravage. The song Troublemaker is on the body of work. The beat's crazy. The lyrics catchy. It is impossible not to move your body or dance along to this song.
Some call me IB, some call me Olo. Keep I really be on a low. Day and night, so my guys they hustle. Every penny they touch my circle. Why they press my ups, make them restless on schedule. Them say I be troublemaker. I go disturb everybody. Living me, make I do my own, I'm no job.
Up next is Mayokun with Thermo. He has delivered another hit song with Thermo from his 2023 EP titled Love for Free. This track is a fan favorite and one of the best. I'm sure once you play it one time, it's going to keep you coming back for more, just like your ex. I don't know if you keep going back to your ex, but please don't. Okay, that was a joke.
Weekdays under the sunset, under the sun, make nothing touch your complexion. I know if you wait the thing down low. I know if you wait for turn by turn. Make we just chill for upstairs, for Calabasas, California. Body hot like diamond. You don't need another. Body don't get competition, no. Body hot like diamond. You don't need another. Body hot like 40 degrees, no. Both sides.
Don't forget, this show is proudly brought to you by Desperados, the pioneering tequila-flavored beer known for its refreshing and unique taste. This one is spicy and it's got this citrus undertone that you would absolutely love. Desperados is all about being distinct. Once you have a taste of this beer, you know what I'm talking about. So go get yourself a bottle of your favorite tequila-flavored beer, Desperados.
What's good, what's cracking?
With Desperados, the tequila-flavored beer.
Be extra and embrace the wavy. Who's the most unusual of them all?
Desperados, of course. A beer with a kick that makes every night different from the other. Nobody does it better. Life is too short to be basic. Go for the unusual. Go Desperados. What's popping with Desperados, the tequila-flavored beer.
Next is Rema with Smooth Criminal. This one is off his recent EP, Ravage, and the beautiful mid-tempo track showcases his creativity and songwriting skills. Taken from Ravage, the 5-track project, Smooth Criminal will definitely leave you dancing.
What am I drinking in Scottish? All of my essays, I'm sorry. I know your life is boring. Please do not disturb me. When I am working, I'm working. When I am playing, I'm playing. My payment, please don't delay it. If you don't give me a ticket. Pepe na, pepe na, pepe na, pepe na, yeah. All of the girls that they want it, that's Kuruba. I'm on shoulder. If I withdraw money, you go die. Move me now.
The next song you need to add to your playlist is One Side Remix by Inyanya featuring Mayoko and Techno. Imagine Inyanya, Mayoko, Techno on one song. It's just bedu everywhere. Lamba, good music. And this song was produced by Sugar Vibes. This song is off Iyanya's EP, The Sixth Wave. And that body of work features 8 incredible songs that have hit the charts on Nigeria's Apple Music.
Feel like I take it it was like Anna. Show to me love, Amaya. Put all the love for trousers. She dripped down Louis Vuitton, yo. Like say she know the thing, so her body calling, yo, to physically see the thing go.
Up next is The List. We're spilling all the sizzling details on young Nigerians' favorite celebs, from their style to their fashion to their fitness and even pop culture. But first, ladies and gentlemen, have you heard of Desperados? The not-so-ordinary beer. It's the ultimate companion for your parties. So if you're hanging with your friends, with your family members, you're just cool peeps. Desperados is the ultimate beer that you need to have with them. Cheers, Desperados.
What's popping with Desperados, the tequila-flavored beer.
Watch out for the Desperados Dance Club app launch. Get your groove on with the Desperados Dance Club app, the world's first dance-powered fundraising party app. You can download it on Apple and Android, turn on your phone's pedometer, and dance your way to epic rewards. Whether you're after free beer, event tickets, or raising cash for a good cause, this app has you covered. Dance solo or form a squad with your friends, and together you can unlock exclusive rewards, including VIP access and even charitable donations. So let's dance, let's party, and let's make a difference. It is time to unlock the unusual with Desperados Dance Club.
The List. Scoop about your favorites.
This is where it's at.
The List.
For The List, we are delving into the fascinating realm of Nigerian showbiz. For today, we're talking about Nigerian comedy giants that have impressive side hustles. Here is the scoop on 5 of them. First is Ali Baba. He is known as the godfather of comedy, and he's not just a comedian, no. He's also an actor and a very, very savvy businessman. Oke Bakassi is also on this list, a renowned actor, and he's also the host of the popular TV show This Is Not the News. Still on the list is Basket Mouth, a comedian who is also an actor, and he has also made a name for himself as a music enthusiast and a brand ambassador. At number 4 is AY, a multi-talented artist, an event manager, and now excels as a writer, actor, director, and even more. And last on the list is Gbenga Adenika, known as the comedian of the Federal Republic and Grand Comedian of Nigeria. He wears many hats, including writer, television presenter, and actor. Comedy has evolved though, and these comedians are now highly respected, like they've always been actually. So join us as we continue exploring the lives of these remarkable celebrities who always leave us wanting more on the list.
What's good? What's cracking?
With Desperados, the tequila-flavored beer.
Be extra and embrace the wavy. Who's the most unusual of them all?
Desperados, of course, a beer with a kick that makes every night different from the other. Nobody does it better. Life is too short to be basic. Go for the unusual. Go Desperados.
Does anyone know where the plug is?
Where is popping?
Looking for something.
Places and events for you. Where is popping?
It is time for Where's Poppin'. Today we are heading to the vibrant Stone Cafe Bar and Grill in Ibadan. This place, is your go-to for a top-notch nightlife experience. It's a fantastic combination of restaurant, bar, grill, just an all-in-one chill spot. And guess where it is? Specifically at Ring Road. This place boasts of a visually appealing outdoor atmosphere. So if you're seeking a laid-back experience with your friends and you want to enjoy some Desperados beer, Stone Cafe is your destination with the right blend of music. And their aso is so tasty. Oh my God. Let me not go too deep into it. If you are looking for where to hang, please, whenever you're in Ibadan, make sure you check out Stone Cafe, okay? And when you're doing that, ask for Desperados, the tequila-flavored beer. And that's it for What's Poppin', brought to you by Desperados. If you're someone who loves to party, who loves to have some fun, who loves to not be ordinary, Desperados is the place for you. Please join our tribe. Remember, always be yourself, have some fun. While I know they too much for this life, they finish actually. Keep having fun, stay graceful. My name is Melody. Mwah.
Thank you for checking in with us on What's Poppin' with Desperados, the tequila-flavored beer.
.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
Wake wake up to today's quest.
Welcome to take you through the ever-exciting world of sports.
Today's question, Today 95.1 FM, the newspaper review segment. You should pay them. Why not pay them so that the legislature can function effectively? The law governing those people allows them to create a multi-door. I won't use your vehicle. This one that they are giving to us for assembly 600 million. I'm not coming there because I want to chop that peg. No.
Let's engage on today's hustle.
Welcome to Talk That Talk on Today. No, there's nothing to sugarcoat. If you go to the street, that's where you can get the true report. It's not on newspaper or wherever.
Because I see no reason why people have been suffering like this. And they are breathing, IGR, they are breathing.
And then welcome to today's Sport Live.
There are people that are scared of the dark.
Nigerian League champions can overturn.
They've considered 5 goals away from home, and at their home ground, they've not been able to score. So he talked about not.
Welcome to the platform on radio. Okay, America is the standard, right?
It is happening in America.
Hold on, America is. Hold on now. America is the standard.
Yes, okay. Now they are the fathers of democracy now. Who brought them?
No, they are not the fathers.
For waiting, they happen.
You give them that in the way you talk to you. Will they give anybody when they do well? Nah, this is a monkey man. This monkey man.
And just when you think we are done, come on with us. Let's interact on today's Connect.
Just calm down, okay? Everything is gonna be alright if you believe. With Harket Balkan Entertainment Recap right here.
So this is Area Talk on Today 95.1 FM, your eyewitness report show.
Last week, you anything like that? This woman don't make arrest with me. I carry my eyes, see them there.
Where the Senate is set to amend the Electoral Act.
I don't know why we are taking this serious. Is there any law that they have passed in this country?
It is. Let me tell you. Today 95.1 FM. We are your perfect companion from dawn to dusk. Every day. Every day.
Port Harcourt, are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people. Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM. Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South South, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered. On air, online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
This is Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News.
Hello and good evening. This is the World News on your premium talk radio. Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. I am Dave Robert. In the headlines, CBN revealed no plan to restructure Naira notes in 2024. Paramount rulers of 10 communities in Egi Kingdom stage protest against Total Energies. One person reportedly died from police shooting after attempted invasion of Martins Amehula's residence. And on the foreign scene, protesters interrupt U.S. Secretary of State during Senate's hearing, calling for ceasefire in Gaza. Now, for details. Let's begin the news report tonight with a story that the Central Bank of Nigeria says it has no plan to restructure the Naira note in 2024. The CBN revealed this in a statement signed by its Director, Corporate Communications, Issa Abdulmamin. The Apex Bank urged Nigerians to disregard the wide circulation of a text message suggesting that the bank plans to redesign the Naira next year. It, however, added that while the bank may be considering reforms, it is subject to laid down procedures in line with the provisions of the CBN Act 2007. The CBN had in 2022 redesigned the 200, 500 and 1,000 Naira notes. The Nigerian Police Council has confirmed Kayode Egbetekun as the substantive Inspector General of Police. This was disclosed by Governor Bala Mohammed of Bauchi State after Police Council meeting held at the Presidential Villa in Abuja today.
The Bauchi State Governor also said President Bola Tinubu, who chaired the Police Council meeting, intervened in the political and security situation unfolding in Rivers State with the planned impeachment of Governor Siminalayi Fubara. IGP Egbetekun replaced Usman Baba, who was appointed as the IGP by former President Muhammadu Buhari on April 6, 2021. The Court of Appeal in Abuja has overturned the nullification of the candidacy of the All Progressives Congress in the November governorship election, Timipre Silva, thus declaring the coast for his participation in less than 12 days to the election. The appellate court, in a judgment delivered, held that Justice Donatus Okoronko of the Federal High Court was wrong in ordering the sack of Silva as a candidate of the APC in the November 11th governorship election in Bayelsa State. According to the judgment, the trial court erred by assuming jurisdiction in the matter on grounds that the plaintiff at the Federal High Court lacked the necessary local standing to initiate the suit in the first place, having not participated in the primary election that produced Silva as the candidate of the APC in the forthcoming elections. The appellate court stressed that the issue of jurisdiction is fundamental in an election matter, and since the lower court had no jurisdiction in the first place, all actions taken in the matter are clearly declared a nullity. By the judgment, INEC will have to release Silva as a candidate of the APC for the governorship election in Bayelsa State. Meanwhile, in River State, paramount rulers of over 10 communities in Egi Kingdom in Ogba, Igbema Ndoni local government area of River State have staged a protest against Total Energies for alleged neglect by the oil company. The paramount rulers who protested to the gate of the company in the area decried lack of health care facilities and free education in their communities. They faulted the oil multinationals for failing to fulfill their corporate social responsibilities despite profit it makes from the communities. The Ochi Ohana of Oboburu community, His Royal Highness Azubuike Dibiam, lamented that the multinationals have also failed to give the paramount rulers in the kingdom their entitlements.
Well, we are here as paramount rulers of the community. Your show has. We are grieved, we are angry, we are annoyed against Total. We are number one landlord in the land. But unfortunately, Total is not trying. They have treated the paramount rulers as the least in the kingdom. There is nothing to show that we are kings of the land. They are taking so much from us, but unfortunately, we have been treated very poorly. We are the least. We cannot afford medical treatment to our children, good education to our children. So even see this is a problem.
On his part, His Royal Highness Isaac Obozo and His Royal Highness Jokil Godpower said all their rights have been taken away, noting that feeding has become difficult for families. They claimed that they have consulted with the company on several occasions and got no positive feedback.
We, the paramount rulers of the sensitive community in Nigeria, we are not happy. The way Total Energy is treating the paramount rulers in the clan. All our rights have been taken away. And we are the fathers. We are here for peaceful demonstration. Because fathers cannot do anything that will cause problems in the land. That's why we are here for peaceful demonstration.
We are suffering as paramount ruler. So the worst of this all is that we've been coming here relating with the GRA manager since last year, and they continue to promise us.
Today FM's Sandra Kenneth reports that Total Energies has responded to their protest and requested for a meeting, but the traditional rulers are insisting that if the meeting is not in their favor, they will return to protest in another dimension. The River State government has dismissed reports that it has sacked the Chief Judge of the state, Justice Simeon Amadi, and suspended the chairman of the 23 local government areas in the state. Following the crisis between Governor Siminalayi Fubara and some members of the State Assembly, there were reports that the government has sacked the CJ and the local government chairman. But the State Commissioner for Information and Communication, Joe Johnson, in a statement, clarified that the governor has not given such a directive. The commissioner further appealed to the River State people and the general public to ignore the reports. Johnson assured that the public will be properly informed of persons who may be dismissed at the appropriate time. He reiterated the governor's will to work accordingly to the laid down rules with the fear of God. Meanwhile, the governor of Rivers State, Siminalayi Fubara, has been advised to sack all the state commissioners that were recommended by the immediate past governor of the state, now Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike. A stakeholder from the Ikwere extraction, Chief Lord Wosu, in an interview with Today FM in reaction to the recent indecent happenings in the state, also wants Governor Fubara to reveal or relieve some local government council chairmen who were involved in the plot to impeach him. Chief Wosu, who is the President General of Rivers Progressive Agenda, criticized those who masterminded the fire incident at the Assembly complex, but expressed pleasure that the Speaker of the House, Martin Tamuhule, who presided over the impeachment process, has been removed as Speaker and Edison Ihe elected as new Speaker.
That the people have brought a new Speaker, an active one in that matter, in person of Right Honorable Edison Ihe. We, in the Rivers Progressive Agenda, will continue to give him the support so that the support will be given to the state government, and where the state government will do the right thing and continue to function effectively. My advice to the governor is that the governor should sack, not only sacking chief of staff and CS, he should sack the commissioners who are offended, who are so-called stewards of the former governor.
Earlier in her reaction, a Niger Delta-based entertainer, High Chief Muma Gift, AK, who is popularly called Muma G, while questioning the rationale behind the impeachment process of the governor, called on stakeholders and well-meaning Nigerians to rise up to prevent what he said might cause a breach of peace in the state.
What happened on the 30th of October 2023 at the Rivers State House of Assembly is a shame on the Nigerian nascent democracy, where a kangaroo suspension and removal of the majority house leader, Right Honorable Edison Ihe, and a purported impeachment notice of His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Rivers State, is highly condemnable. It is embarrassing and unhearable that barely 5 months in office, this kind of political gang-up is happening against a calm and peace-loving governor like Sim Fubara. What did our governor do? What did he do to deserve this maltreatment of impeachment, as well as Edison Ihe and 4 others?
Still in Rivers State Chairman of the National Youth Council, Chijioke Ihunwo, has alleged an assassination attempt on his life following his support for Governor Siminalayi Fubara. Ihunwo made the allegation during a sustained solidarity march against the plot for the impeachment process of Governor Fubara and the suspended leader of River State House of Assembly, Edison Ihe. Addressing newsmen at the entrance of the River State Government House in Port Harcourt, Ihunwo maintained their pledge to support the fight against the impeachment of the governor and political godfatherism in the state. He said youths of River State voted for Governor Fubara and warned that neither one man nor group of few individuals can remove the governor.
It's quite unfortunate that the Rivers State Police Command has taken side, especially the DC operation. So we want to call on the Inspector General of Police immediately, as a matter of urgency, to deploy the DC operation back to Katsina State, where there's insecurity. Rivers State, for a governor who went to inspect the assembly complex that was burned down, and his men attacked him, we condemn that and want to say that we're giving the police 24 hours to apologize to our governor. For those who want to kill me, my brother, they can't kill me because we want the truth. And we will not be intimidated. Their time is off. What we want in the new Rivers State, and we're supposed to say.
Also speaking, the NYCN chairman of the All Local Government Chairman, Ramson Iyala, said those who made statements against Ihunwo should be held accountable for the attempt on his life.
So I see no reason where anybody or group of persons who want to make that statement against Chijioke Ihunwo. The fight is not about Chijioke Ihunwo. Chijioke Ihunwo is just the youth leader. He is a servant leader of Rivers persons. And what he represents is what we stand for. Of course, that is a very negative move. But I'm so proud of that young man. For him to have stood tall, to stand for truth, for justice, and for democracy.
On his party, youth leader in Orachi region of Rivers State, Soporochi Ambrose, also insisted that it is too early to threaten Governor Fubara with impeachment notices.
Those pushing for the removal of the governor, it's improper. It's just too early. It's too early. It's improper. He is our beloved governor, our noble governor, a gentleman of for that matter. The first time Rivers State is producing a gentleman of such character. I mean, so we should support him. Because of this reason, we will stand by him. We will support him any day, anytime. We want to assure the governor today that whatever happens in the state, he should be rest assured that the youths are with him. The Oba youths are with him. The Ibu Federation youths are with him. And we will stand by him.
Today FM reports that the youths built a tent by the major entrance of the government house with their drums chanting solidarity songs. Meanwhile, report says 3 Rivers State youth who are participating in the solidarity march against the plot to impeach Governor Siminalayi Fubara have been shot by operatives attached to the old government residential area, GRA police station. Over 30 youths have also been reportedly arrested and detained at the station for alleged attempt to break into the home of the embattled Speaker of the Rivers State House of Assembly, Martin Tamewole, at Old GRA. Today FM's Uchendu Ejowo, who is following up the activities in front of the government house, reports that some of the youths who were chanting solidarity songs took their rally to the streets of Old GRA. A police officer who told Today FM that the youths marched to the residence of Amewule before security personnel deployed in the area opened fire in an attempt to stop the youths, said about the death of one of the victims is yet to be unconfirmed. 2 others are said to have sustained serious bullet injuries. Meanwhile, the chief protocol officer to the chairman of the National Youth Council Nigeria, Ikechukwu Wodu, who sent a Save Our Soul voice note from the custody of the police to Today FM, called on the Inspector General of Police and civil society organizations to come to their aid over the alleged intimidation from the hands of the police in Rivers State.
We are doing peaceful protests in Government House to stop the removal of Governor Fubara. Before you know, police took over on us, arrest us. Over 150 youth were arrested in front of Government House. Right away, we are in jail. Police. We are calling on civil society organization. We are calling on Inspector General of Police. We are calling on President Mola Ahmed Bola Tinubu to come to the aid of Rivers State. The intimidation is too much from Nigeria police. They have shot about 3 people. He's dead.
Reacting to the incident, the Rivers State Police Command, through the Public Relations Officer, Grace Iringe Koko, said the youth group tried to attack the embattled speaker and pull his gate at the residence. This is the World News on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. After the break, more news, foreign and sports stories. Stay tuned.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Welcome back. This is the World News on Today 95.1 FM. The time is 16 minutes gone past the hour of 10. Moving on, the National Working Committee for the People's Democratic Party has called for peace in the ongoing political crisis rocking Rivers State. This was contained in a statement through its National Publicity Secretary, Debo Olunanagba. The NWC therefore charges all leaders, critical stakeholders, and members of the party in Rivers State to close ranks, unite, and focus on the task of governance and delivery of dividends of democracy to the people. In Niger Delta, elder statesman Anab Sarah Igwe has condemned the attempted impeachment of Governor Siminalayi Fubara by the Rivers State House of Assembly. Some of Some House of the Assembly members, including the now impeached Speaker of the House, Martin Zamiwule, had attempted to impeach Governor Fubara, citing misconduct and abuse of power, which was opposed by the governor's supporters. Sarah Igbe accused the immediate past governor of Rivers State, Nyesom Wike, of being the mastermind behind the attempted impeachment of the governor. The former state security advisor to former governor of Rivers State, Peter Odili, also accused Wike of determining appointees into the cabinet of Governor Fubara and dictating the governor's expenditures of the internally generated revenue of the state as well as the federation's account.
I strongly condemn what happens in the river. It goes to show that somebody somewhere wants to show power. A situation where somebody will say, unless you give me XYZ, you will not run. That you don't have any power to appoint anybody except I appoint for you. And you will be telling the governor what to collect from the internal generated revenue as well as the federation account. There's a limit to it. River State belongs to all of us. It does not belong to one man. You have looted enough. There were outcry, yet you are not satisfied. You want to control Abuja, you want to control Rivers. There's a limit to it. And the governor is still loyal, is still willing to serve you. But you don't want to give me a British space. He has gone beyond his boundary. And so the Rivers people should get up. Rivers people voted for same as governor of Rivers State. They did not vote for Wike as governor of Rivers State. Wike was brought by Jonathan and his wife. They made him governor. They did not dictate to him. He was not paying them. They were not asking to bring all the money for them.
Sarah Igbe called for an investigation to be launched to disclose the persons behind the explosion that rocked the assembly complex on Sunday night. Sarah Igbe further advised Governor Fubara to take over the government of Rivers State and be mindful of whom he trusts.
Mr. Governor should take steps. He has constitutional powers. He should take over the government. He should not rely on Wike or anybody because they are not trustworthy. Power is not something you play with. The governor should immediately summon the Security Council meeting. And so the Security Council should immediately urgently meet to discuss the security situation in the state. Who and how was the House of Assembly bombed and why was it bombed? It must take over the House of Assembly. As a matter of urgency, the Speaker should be sacked, all the House officers should be sacked, and work with the few that can be worked. Appoint new Speaker, engineer them to appoint their own Speaker, elect a new Speaker, elect new officers. Mr. Governor, as a matter of urgency, should not allow those who are disloyal to him to remain in his government. All those that are not loyal should be removed from government house.
He reiterated to Wike that Rivers State does not belong to him and therefore cannot be controlled by him in Abuja and Rivers State. Similarly, a former Chief of Army Staff, retired Lieutenant General Kenneth Minima, has called on Rivers people to join forces with Governor Siminalayi Fubara to ensure good governance in the state. In a statement, the retired general reiterated the need for instituting new order. Minima, who is the Rivers State chairman of the Pan-Niger Delta Forum, called on security agencies to stand up to their responsibility of protecting lives and property. He also condemned the attempted impeachment of Governor Fubara by the Rivers State House of Assembly and the subsequent crisis that has rocked the political space in the state. The Rivers State governorship candidate of the Accord in the just concluded elections, Chief Dumo Lulu Briggs, has called on the leadership of the Rivers State House of Assembly to prioritize the interests of the state and their constituents during these very trying times. The Accord governorship candidate expressed displeasure over the rift within the corridors of power in the state, noting that it is extremely disheartening that the state has gone through damage done to the legislative chambers of the River State House of Assembly. Chief Lulu Briggs said the political instability at a time when the people are going through difficult economic situation will only worsen their situation, saying that what Rivers people need at the moment is the intervention that will bring succor to their daily lives. He warned that all parties in the crisis should be guided by the pursuit of the common good, insisting that the legislative chambers should be a place to ensure justice is pursued and constitutional principles are adhered to. And on the foreign scene, protesters calling for a ceasefire in Gaza interrupted U.S. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken during a Senate hearing. Numerous people stood in the crowd and repeatedly chanted and yelled, "Ceasefire now." Secretary Blinken and the U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin are testifying about White House $106 billion national security funding request. It includes $14.3 billion to support Israel's military efforts against the Hamas. Standing up by one, protesters waited for Blinken to begin his testimony before shouting over him again. The Secretary of State paused and lawmakers were forced to suspend the hearing several times. And in sports, the Super Falcons of Nigeria have defeated Ethiopia 4-0, 5-1 on aggregate to advance to the third qualifying round for the 2024 Women's Football Olympic Games set to take place in Paris. Nigeria took the lead late in the first half after striker Uchenna Kanu calmly slotted the ball past the Ethiopian goalkeeper to give Nigeria the lead. Nigeria have qualified for the third qualifying round and will await the winner between Uganda and Cameroon. The third round of qualifying games is set to take place between February 9th and 28th, 2024. And now to end the news, here's a summary of the major stories. The Central Bank of Nigeria has revealed that there is no plan to restructure the Naira note in 2024. Paramount rulers of over 10 communities in Egi Kingdom in Ogba, Igbema, Ndoni local government areas of River State have staged a protest against Total Energies. You heard that one person has reportedly died from police gunshot after an alleged attempt by youths to invade the residence of Martins Amewule. And on the foreign scene, we told you that protesters interrupted the U.S. Secretary of State during the Senate hearing calling for a ceasefire in Gaza. That was the news as edited by Ifunaya Obeme Ndukwe. For comments and inquiries, please call 0818 389 2850 or send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can also read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com. I am Dave Robert. Good evening and thank you for listening.
Today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues, today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Good day, listeners. Mama Ola is here to enlighten you on your health issue. Without good health, you cannot enjoy the great benefits of life. When sickness comes, it dey rob person off in happiness. If you dey struggle with any disease or one health issue or the other, no think say they no fit treat am. Our office address for Port Harcourt na number 43 Hada George by Ajib Junction. Our office address for Bayelsa na number 558 Melford Okilo Road, Piogbolo by Dim Rose Junction, Yenagua. My phone number is 081 11 29 6399. I repeat, 081 11 29 6399. Ogbonge Abba practitioner. Health issues. Before we start treatment, we have a computer machine to detect all the problems in your body before we start treatment. After the test, Mama Ola go tell you where the thing they do you. Because if you dey keep these diseases, it fit go damage things where you don't fit cure again. Ranging from infertility, woman wey no fit carry belle, and man wey no fit give woman belle. Wetin dey cause infertility in human body are infection, fibroid, hormonal imbalance, ovarian cyst, irregular monthly flow, PID, damage to the fallopian tube, and failure to ovulate. How do you know if you get infection as a woman? Infection dey cause noisy stomach, internal heat, itching or biting of body and private parts, rashes in the body or private parts. Infection dey cause worm like movement in the body, whitish or yellowish discharge with odor, smelly urine, colored urine, frequent urine, irregular menses, dark menses, scanty menses. How do you know if you have fibroid? You go dey get miscarriage. Belle go dey big like say you get belle, but pikin no dey inside. You go dey experience heavy menstrual bleeding. Menstrual periods go dey last more than a week. Pelvic go dey pain you. Your back and leg go dey pain you. Why not call me now on 081 11 29 6399. Our office address for Port Harcourt now number 43 Hada George by Ajib Junction. Our office address for Bayelsa now number 558 Melford Okilo Road, Piogbolo by Dimrose Junction, Yenagua. Hormonal imbalance is caused by environmental factors or contraceptive drugs. Hormonal imbalance they cause scanty monthly flow. It they stop monthly flow. Hormonal imbalance they cause ovulation to stop. How do you know if you get blockage of the fallopian tube? Everything where Oga put for inside your body will just come down immediately you stand up. If you know say you get all this problem or another, why not come meet Mama Ola Abba Center? Come tell her where the thing they touch you. God don't bring us into this world. Make we multiply. Why your own case won't come day different? Mama Ola no be God, but na person wey God create for a reason, and this reason na to help men and women wey no fit get pikin. Mama Ola na nurse before, but she come comot her hand for that nursing work, come put her hand for that mama and papa old business wey na to dey produce better roots and herbs wey go help all yamayama problems for woman body. Make you call me now on 081 11 29 6399. I repeat, 081 11 29 6399. You will be man. Make you to come with your wife, come do test. Mama Ola husband, Baba Ola Naim go handle your matter.
Are you the type of man that is unable to get and keep an erection firm enough for performance? Are you the type of man that cannot stay long on your partner? Are you the type of man that cannot do more than one round? Abi your own otoku is too small for your age? Abi your sperm is too watery and unable to impregnate your partner?
Our office address for Port Harcourt na number 43 Ada George by Ajib Junction. Our office address for Yenagua, Bayelsa State na
number 558 Melford Okilo Road, Biobolo by Dimrose Junction, Yenagua, or call 081 072 277 79. I repeat, 081 072 277 79.
Port Harcourt, are you ready? Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Hello and good evening. This is Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt, voice of the people. And it is time again for a rundown of the foreign news stories that made headlines on the world today. I am Dave Robert. In the headlines, the Senate of Senegal has probed exhumation and burning of Agai corpse. Spain offers drone reinforcement to help Senegal tackle migraine crisis. U.S. to evict Gabon, Niger, Uganda, Central African Republic from trade program. Police in India arrest a man in connection with series of explosions at Jehovah's Witnesses meetings. And now the news in detail. Let's start off in South Africa, where South Africa has called on the UN to deploy what it calls a rapid protection force to intervene in the Israel-Gaza conflict to protect the civilian population from further bombardment. In a statement, the International Relations Ministry highlighted the number of children who have been killed so far in the conflict and also accused Israel of violating international law. Israel has defended the bombardment and ground invasion of Gaza on the grounds of self-defense following the killing of 1,400 people by Hamas on the 7th of October. 230 people were kidnapped as hostages. Meanwhile, the Hamas-run Health Ministry in Gaza says more than 8,000 people have been killed since Israel's retaliation bombing began. Now to Senegal and Spain. Spain's acting Interior Minister, Fernando Garane Marlaska, said Spain has delivered 6 new multi-copter drones to Senegal and plans to reinforce its deployed security personnel to help the West African nation tackle a migration crisis. Grande Marlaska said the drones delivered to Senegal police are designed to detect vessel departures so that they can be interrupted. He added that Spain has also deployed a civil guard aircraft to help patrol the coast of Senegal and Mauritania, in addition to the 38 troops equipped with 4 boats, a helicopter, and 13 all-terrain vehicles that carry out joint patrol missions within the Senegalese forces. A journey from Senegal to Spain's Canary Islands is one of the deadliest but numerous accidents that have failed to deter people from attempting the voyage. Both ministers said that they will increase efforts to combat illegal migration and avoid more death at sea, but did not announce additional measures. US President Joe Biden has revealed plans to expel Uganda, Gabon, Niger, and the Central African Republic from a special US-Africa trade program. The U.S. introduced the African Growth and Opportunity Act in 2000, which gives eligible sub-Saharan African countries duty-free access to the U.S. for more than 1,800 products. Biden said that Niger and Gabon, both of which are currently under military rule, are ineligible for AGOA because they have not established or are not making continual progress towards establishing the protection of political pluralism and the rule of law. He also said that the removal of the CAR and Uganda from the program was due to the gross violations of the internationally recognized human rights by their governments. Also speaking, Joe Biden, in a letter addressed to the Speaker of the U.S. House of Representatives, noted that despite intensive engagement between the United States and the Central African Republic, Gabon, Niger, and Uganda, these countries have failed to address United States concerns about their non-compliance with the AGOA eligibility criteria. Both 4 countries are yet to react to the announcement. Away from Africa to the rest of the world, Israel and its Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says a ceasefire in Gaza will not happen, as it will mean surrendering to the Hamas. Netanyahu also said other countries must give more help in the struggle to free more than 230 hostages seized by Hamas in October. He said the international community must demand the captives be freed immediately and unconditionally. Meanwhile, the U.S. has dismissed an absurd claim by Russia that anti-Israel riot at the Dagestan airport on Saturday was organized by Ukraine and the West. In a televised meeting yesterday, Russian President Vladimir Putin said the incident had been part of an attempt to spread chaos in Russia. Hundreds stormed the Makachalka airport ahead of the arrival of a flight from Tel Aviv, Israel. Many waved Palestinian flags and chanted anti-Semitic slogans. Dagestan, a constituent republic of Russia, has a majority Muslim population, and the incident is thought to have been sparked by anger over the conflict in Gaza. Meanwhile, in France, French President Emmanuel Macron waded into the culture war debate yesterday, saying France should not give into a fashionable trend as he appeared to be back a bill to ban inclusive language. The Senate was set to debate a proposed ban on the inclusive writing put forward by right-wing lawmakers. Macron, who happened to be opening a museum to the French language on the same day, appeared to agree with them. He proposed a law whose titles it will protect French citizens against the abuses of inclusive language has been described as a retrograde by the left-wing politicians. Now to Pakistan. Human Rights Watch said Pakistan's government has resorted to threats and abuse to compel illegal Afghan immigrants to leave the country ahead of a November 1 deadline. Farishta Abbasi, HWR's Afghanistan researcher, and Pakistani's government has said deadlines for Afghans to return has led to detentions, beatings and extortions, leaving thousands of Afghans in fear over the future. On October 3rd, the Pakistani Interior Minister announced that all undocumented immigrants in Pakistan have to leave the country within 28 days. The United Nations reported that as of October 27th, about 60,000 Afghans had left Pakistan. Now to Tunisia, where 5 Islamist prisoners convicted of killing 2 secular politicians and a policeman have escaped from a Tunisian jail today. Security sources said the men were very dangerous terrorists. The Interior Ministry published the names of the photos of the escaped convicts and urged citizens to contact the police if they see any of them. The 5 men included Ahmed Malki, known as the Somali, who had been serving a 24-year sentence for the assassination of the secular politician Choki Belaid and Mohammed Barmi in 2013. Another of the 5, Rahid Touati, was arrested in 2019 and was sentenced to death by a Tunisian court earlier this year. Security sources said Touati had taken part in the most violent attacks and have shaken Tunisia in the past decade. Tunisia has suffered attacks by jihadist groups since the advent of democracy in 2011 and have killed dozens of policemen, foreign tourists, and others. It had also said some success in relevant years in arresting and killing prominent Islamist militants had proven abortive. Now to North Korea, where South Korea's unification ministry said North Korea's recent closing of its diplomatic missions in Angola and Uganda is a sign that the reclusive country is struggling to make money overseas because of international sanctions. Both Angola and Uganda have forged friendly ties with North Korea since the 1970s, maintaining military cooperation and providing rare sources of foreign currency, such as statue building projects. Seoul's Unification Ministry, which handles inter-Korean affairs, said the pullout reflected the impact of international sanctions aimed at curbing funding for the North nuclear missile programs. And now to India, where police in India have arrested a man in connection with a series of explosions at a Jehovah's Witness meeting in the southern state of Kerala. 3 people were killed and more than 50 injured in the blast at a program held by a Christian-based religious movement on Sunday. Police said the man, Dominic Martin, was arrested under anti-terror law. In the report earlier posted a video claiming responsibility for the attacks. He surrendered to the police by himself. And that story from India concludes tonight's edition of The World Today, as produced by Odin Nakachi Celestin of the News Department. But before we go, here's a summary of the stories that made the headlines. We told you that Senegal has probed exhumation and burning of a Guy corpse. We also heard that Spain has offered to spend and send more drone reinforcement to help Senegal tackle migration crisis. We also told you that the US is set to evict Gabon, Niger, Uganda and Central African Republic from trade programs. And finally, police in India has arrested a man in connection to the series of explosions at Jehovah's Witnesses meetings.
Till same time tomorrow, do have a lovely evening. Thank you for listening.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
BBC World Service. I'm Richard Kagoy, Nairobi, with Focus on Africa. Jubilation after South Africa wins the Rugby World Cup for a historic fourth time.
We are so happy we've made it. We want to say thank you, Springboks. We are proud to be South Africans. Today we are proud. Siyabonga.
And the pain of a mother losing their child to corporal punishment, which is on the rise in Kenyan schools.
The autopsy report revealed that she had severe head injury, blunt force trauma. So somebody hit her to cause that kind of an injury.
Plus, a beauty pageant to highlight the plight of people living with albinism in Southern Africa. That's all on the BBC Tonight in Focus. Here's how South Africans will come together to celebrate the country's historic Rugby World Cup triumph, offering a chance to forget the economic problems many people there are facing.
They will start a tour of the country in the big city with the World Cup, parading the trophy. Even if it's just for those few fleeting days, it will just bring some hope and some joy, much needed joy to the country.
Hello, it's Monday, the 30th of October, 2023. I'm Richard Kagoy with Focus on Africa. Also coming up, BBC Africa Eye lifts the lead on the growing cases of corporal punishment in Kenyan schools despite a government ban. And we meet the winners of the Mr. and Miss Albinism Southern Africa 2023 beauty pageant, an event which is helping to draw attention to problems facing members of the community.
People of albinism do have quite a sensitivity to the sun, and that is life-threatening. This is something that is very important. They also have other problems such as access to education and access to health care.
First, we go to South Africa. Now, to the great news many were waiting for. South Africa made history at the weekend by beating New Zealand at the Rugby World Cup final in Paris to win a record fourth title. The defending champions, the Springboks, held on to secure a narrow 12-point to 11 victory. These fans reacted on what was a momentous night.
We are so happy we've made it. We want to say thank you, Springboks. We are proud to be South Africans. Today we are proud. Siyabonga.
So, I know, 4-time World Cup winners, best team in history.
And back-to-back.
Best team in history. No one better. Siya Kolisi, uniting a nation once again. Best man in South Africa right now. My heart. I need to go to a hospital in Paris tonight. 3 games in a row that we've been here and 1 point. All of us, we need to go to hospital. All of us. It's been incredible night, and the night's going to go on until the very early morning.
I think it's the spirit of South Africans, like how tough we are and we fight and we're hard, and the fact that we kept New Zealand out for 80 minutes is incredibly,
absolutely tough game.
Brilliant.
It's what you expect, though.
Yeah, that's South Africa, though. We are tough people, and we're proud of the boys, and yeah, we're happy they can bring it home and make the South Africans happy.
Back-to-back champions.
2019, 2023.
South Africa's President Cyril Ramaphosa congratulated the team, calling the win an extraordinary national achievement. The team is expected back in Johannesburg to a hero's welcome. Just how significant is this victory to the country and the continent? I spoke to South African sports journalist and longtime friend of Focus on Africa, Mo Ali, who was at the Stade de France on Saturday night to witness history.
Yeah, it is a massive achievement, and even more so being lifted and being led by Siya Kolisi, the first black African to captain the Springbok side. He was appointed in 2018. to do so twice in succession, rivaling the great New Zealander Richie McCaw, was one of the legends of the game. It's just that the team has bought into the ethic of doing it all together. They came into the tournament with the slogan "Stronger Together." Credit has to go to the coaching staff for welding the team. The team comes from diverse cultures in the country, diverse backgrounds. Some went to the richest schools in the country, lived privileged lives, had privileged upbringings, to the Siyakolisi Makazole Mapimpi, who grew up in poverty. The guys just embraced the team ethic and embraced their different cultures. And I think that's what made them much, much stronger than their individual components. Siyakolisi even said last night at the World Rugby Player Awards that they knew they were playing for something bigger than just the team. They were playing for the nation back home because of the high expectations. They've seen the videos and the celebrations and what it meant to the people, and that's what made that victory even sweeter.
You talk about the cohesion, the sense of focus, and just the determination. It's not just winning the Rugby World Cup final, but it means something else. And, Mo, I saw this video, trending on Twitter in South Africa. Some of these primary school kids were mimicking the Springboks, and it was widely shared on social media and just captures the imagination of an entire country that was so looking forward to the outcome of this final. I know there's been so many things that have been happening, domestically, but I've never seen the country so united. What do you think this win does for the country? What does it say about the spirit of South Africa?
Well, first of all, it says that, South Africans are crying out for good news, something to celebrate, because as you mentioned, we do have massive problems in the country at the moment. We're experiencing daily what's called load shedding, which is rationing of power, scheduled power cuts. The unemployment rate is a record 30-odd%, especially among the youth. It's even higher. The economy is not doing well. We've got a high crime rate as well. Even if it's just for a few days when the team will be going to the big cities of the country. They arrive back tomorrow and they will start a tour of the country in the big city with the World Cup, parading the trophy. Even if it's just for those few fleeting days, it will just bring some hope and some joy, much needed joy to the country. And as Siyakolisi said last night as well, he knows it won't change the way things are at the moment, but at least it will bring joy to a few people. And given where he came from, you won't be defined, your future can't be defined by your circumstances in which you grew up. And that was such a powerful message, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. And, so much expectations. I know a lot of people are hoping they will get a national holiday today, but of course, the circumstances are different, and the presidency did clarify that. Do you think this will be bigger than 2019, or people have just gotten used to this?
I think it will be much, much bigger than 2019. Remember 2019, Rassie Erasmus had just taken over as the national coach, and he himself said that winning the World Cup in 2019 was a bonus because they were building for 2023. It wasn't really expected of them to win the World Cup in 2019, but now, they came as one of the top-ranked sides in the world, and there was this expectation that they would defend the title. And along the way as well, it's amazing how many people who probably didn't have a clue of rugby and the rules of the game suddenly started watching the game and watching the World Cup as the tournament went along. And fortunately as well, the national broadcaster, the South African Broadcasting Corporation, managed to secure some rights to at least air South Africa's games at the World Cup for free. People have just got onto the bandwagon. On a Friday, for example, people wore the green and gold shirts to work. They were given that special dispensation by the employers to wear at what's called Bok Friday. And, people have just got onto that bandwagon. People who probably still don't understand the various intricacies of the game of rugby. People have just been swept along by this tide of success of the team. So I would expect, a much, much bigger turnout this time around than we had 4 years ago.
It's not just in South Africa, but just across the continent, because I was in a function on Saturday, a social function for this purpose. And guys were asking, are we having a TV screen somewhere here? Because you want to follow, the Rugby World Cup final. So you can tell that this was not just a South African celebration, but would you say this is really a victory for Africa?
It is certainly a victory for Africa because, South Africa is one of the strongest in the world, along with New Zealand and perhaps England and Ireland and France. South Africa has the responsibility of taking the game to the neighboring countries. A lot of South African coaches are working in other African countries as well. What they can do is deliver aspirational values. The Kenyans, for example, have a good 7-side. Namibia was at this World Cup. Zimbabwe has supplied a few players for the South African national team. And the game is growing across the continent. I don't think you've heard of Ghana and Nigeria Nigeria playing rugby, but they are playing rugby. They're playing serious rugby. And I mean, even the North African countries supply a few players to the French national side as well. So the big job now is to retain those players in their respective countries and have them playing for their national teams.
Mohammed Ali speaking to me from Paris.
The autopsy report revealed that she had severe head injury, blunt force trauma. So somebody hit her to cause that kind of an injury leading to her death.
That's the voice of Martha Samuels. In 2019, her daughter Abby, who was 15, died at her Kenyan boarding school. The school said she died in her sleep, but witnesses say she was beaten by the deputy principal. Martha refused to believe the school's account and campaigned tirelessly to get the case properly investigated. Even with the autopsy results, it took 4 years to bring charges against the school official. Earlier this year, that official appeared in a Kenyan court accused of the murder of Abby.
I told myself I will not be silenced. I will not keep quiet. I will not give up fighting. Maybe the day I give up is the day that I sleep like my daughter. But as long as I breathe, I will not give up. I will do everything that I have to do as long as I am alive to ensure that justice is served for my child.
Martha Samuels speaking outside the court earlier this year, where a deputy principal is on trial for her daughter's death. The teacher denies the charge, saying she was not at school when the incident happened. Kenya banned corporal punishment in schools more than 20 years ago. But an investigation by reporter Tom Odula for BBC Africa Eye has found that the outlawed practice is still being carried out, with children being maimed, some disfigured, and in the worst cases, the consequences can be fatal. Tom told me about his documentary and how his own school years were marred by brutal beatings from teachers. Tom, could you just shed a bit of light on this story about Abby Samuel?
According to documents filed at the court, Abby was called from class because of the way she wore her hair. And after meeting with the deputy principal, she came back sobbing. And when she went back to the dormitory, she slept and never woke up again. From witness statements, it seems that she was hit on the head with a blunt force. The students are saying she was hit with a Bunsen burner.
Okay, the one used in the laboratory.
In the laboratories.
Okay.
She was taken to hospital. At that point, the mother was notified. And when she got to hospital, the theories were that she had a heart attack, which the mother refused to believe. So she pushed to find out the truth. The police also say they had spoken to witnesses and there was no foul play. That was the initial report. They came up with another theory that she fell from her double-decker bed. She was sleeping at the top decker. But all that was rubbish when Martha insisted on a postmortem. It was done by 3 pathologists who came to the same conclusion that the cause of death was blunt force trauma. And still with that, there was no arrest. So she pushed so hard, she was everywhere. She went to the police headquarters, she held demonstrations. She took it to the streets. And it's only then that a special squad was sent from DCI headquarters to revisit the case. Mm-hmm. And when they did that, that's when they charged the deputy principal with her murder, which is a rare spectacle because parents, I think, feel helpless.
Kenya passed a law in 2001 which banned corporal punishment. Why do we still have these cases despite having this law in place?
We've had a history of school unrest in the country. And it has to do with a lot of things, but from our research in this documentary, you find that partly it's caused by corporal punishment. When you met out violence consistently, then the children will become violent themselves. So when Kenya banned the use of corporal punishment in schools, we had tragic incidents where prefects were banned in their dormitories.
To death.
And before that, we had the Kianguli incident where 67 children died from a horrific fire incident.
I remember in 2001.
Yes. And there were reports done, and they had to review, disciplinary measures that are used in schools. So that gave impetus, because Kenya was a signatory to international laws that ban corporal punishment, the use of corporal punishment. So that gave impetus for the government, and especially civil society, to push the government to ban corporal punishment. But the problem has been a lot of people feel that they turned out well despite corporal punishment.
And I'm just curious.
Yes.
Are you speaking from a lived experience?
Yes.
Tell me more about it.
So I was in a school, which is a national school now, and I was...
So meaning one of the top schools in the country.
Okay. Yeah. And I was constantly being bullied, but also I found the teachers were beating me up more than the other students because I was bigger than the rest. I think there was an assumption I can take the beatings better than the rest, or they felt threatened.
Oh, really?
And I found myself thinking about banning the school. I actually wrote a letter to my parents, and I told them, if you don't get me out of this place, I'm going to ban it. And that was the only way to escape I can call it torture, that was being meted out on many students. But me specifically, I had the worst of it.
In the course of your investigations, did you attempt to speak to the teaching authorities in Kenya, perhaps the Teachers Service Commission or the Ministry of Education or the teachers' unions?
We made numerous attempts to speak with the authorities. None of them wanted to speak to us. This is part of the problem. It seems children are on their own. We needed to know what the Teachers Service Commission is doing about it. We found a source who spoke to us anonymously, and she admitted that a lot of the cases never make it to the disciplinary committees that the TSC have. There is concerted effort by officials to protect the teacher rather than protecting the student, and this was confirmed by the TSC official who was speaking to us anonymously.
Africa Eye reporter Tom Odula. And you can find the full film on the BBC News Africa YouTube page. Just search for Taught to Fear, Corporal Punishment in the Classroom. The Mr. and Miss Albinism Southern Africa 2023 beauty pageant was held this past weekend at the Harare International Conference Center in Zimbabwe. The contest has been held in other parts of the continent before, but it was Southern Africa's first time to host it. The idea behind the event? To promote people living with albinism within the creative sector and to raise awareness and inclusion for people who remain the target of sometimes deadly stigma in Africa. Zimbabwean Ntando Nkosi Mkandala was crowned Mr. Albinism and Angolan Andrea Muhito Miss Albinism. Delighted to say they joined us on the Focus podcast. Audrey Brown hosted them and started by asking Andrea what her reaction was to winning.
Wow, I was very surprised. I didn't think that it was actually going to happen, so I felt really surprised. And at the same time, I was like, wow.
Why were you surprised? Did you think that somebody else might have taken it rather than you?
Well, competition was tough, and I am pretty used to doing competition after competition. And I always have this thought, like very much a 50-50 thought. So I usually know exactly what might happen if I win or exactly what might happen just in case. But either way, I am so happy. I couldn't be happier.
So it's just sinking in now. Ntando Nkosi, what about you? Did you think you stood a good chance, or did you also feel like it's 50-50 in the way that Andrea did?
You know, when it's a competition, anything can happen. It was a tough competition. I wasn't expecting it.
Tell us, how important is winning to you, Ntando Nkosi? What does it mean?
Winning this competition, it's opened doors for me as an individual and as well as the alpinism community as a whole. It's a chance whereby we address our issues as persons with alpinism at a static level, something that I feel it hasn't been done before. So with this opportunity being the king, it opens doors for me to actually articulate issues and come up with ways of solutions on how to assist my fellow brothers with alpinism.
Andrea, for you, how does this kind of win, this kind of competition help address issues around people with albinism?
It helps bring to light certain issues that people might think that aren't as important. People of albinism do have quite a sensitivity to the sun, and that is life-threatening. This is something that is very important. They also have other problems such as access to education and access to healthcare. Especially access to healthcare, it could also be life-threatening, and this is something that definitely needs some addressing. And on a lighter level, it helps address stigma and it helps address issues of body positivity and also helping other people with albinism and their self-esteem so that they can actually believe that they themselves are beautiful and that their albinism is not a limitation.
Yeah, because, I mean, we've seen in some countries where it's not just the health conditions that are life-threatening, but also the way in which the community regards people with albinism. I see from the competition that it was quite widespread. The two princes, one of them came from Malawi, another one came from Zambia. Do you think, Tando Yengos, that this competition, given that it's so widespread across the continent, is actually helping people to understand that people with albinism should not be threatened, are not a threat, and that they deserve to live like anybody else?
Yes, it's a good initiative for SADC, of which we are looking forward to spread the word across Africa so that people will see our potential, get to respect the right to life. So in some countries, we understand there's a lot of persecution, especially in some countries like Mozambique. So having participants from those countries coming on board to compete and showcasing, sending a message to their countries, is quite a good initiative.
Tell me, what was it like for you, if you don't mind, growing up as you did in Zimbabwe with albinism?
Albinism carries a lot of challenges whereby you have to fight for everything. You have to fight to fit in, you have to fight for everyone to understand you. So yeah, it was very, 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 very difficult for me.
Andrea, let me talk to you quickly. Tell me your experience of growing up. Tando Nkosi was saying that you had to fight to fit in, you had to fight to prove yourself as a fully fledged human being with all rights that everybody else has.
Definitely. I had quite an interesting childhood because I grew up in Namibia. So I did grow up in a SADC country, and the situation is pretty similar. As a child, you do get bullied a lot. Children do not understand, so they'll call names and they'll play pranks, and some pranks are just really mean-hearted. So you have to deal with that on an emotional level, and it was pretty common. So yes, you do have to fight to fit in. You have to fight to try to understand yourself. I remember when I was a child, I couldn't really understand if I was white, if I was black, and that was difficult for me to understand until I was around about 9 or 8 years old, and that's pretty late. So you do have to understand yourself as well. So it is quite a struggle and an identity struggle sometimes.
Yeah. So how did you come to terms with it? How did you actually recognize yourself? Was your family any help in that regard?
To come to understand myself, that was mostly when I started to understand a little bit about how genetics worked. That was around about when I was 9 or 10, because we started having a few science lessons about how recessive genes work. But before that, I didn't really understand the whole color situation. All I knew is that I had very light skin and others had very dark skin. I didn't really understand why some people looked like their parents and why I, for example, didn't. But to me, it was pretty normal that I didn't. It was mostly when I started learning how genes work. Oh, so this is what happened.
Tando Nkosi, so for you, you were saying that you had to fight to fit in and so on. How did your family help? Did they help with making you feel like you belonged?
Yes, they did explain. My mom was a nurse and she also had albinism. So she was my first role model. She was very supportive in terms of explaining from an informed point of view. So family members were very, very supportive when I grew up. I never had challenges from the family.
That was Ntando Nkosi Mkandala and Andrea Muhitu. Mr. and Miss Albinism Southern Africa 2023 chatting with Audrey Brown. This edition was mixed by Ricardo McCarthy. The producers were Patricia Whiton, Tom Kavanagh, Audrey Brown, and Paul Bachbinga. You can find this episode and others on BBC Sounds or wherever you get your podcasts. Just search for Focus on Africa, subscribe, and share. I'm Richard Kagoy. We'll talk again next time.